And a very good afternoon to you, and welcome here to Glenisque O'Connor Park in Tullamore. It's for the Leinster Camogie Championship Finals, the intermediate decider between Wexford and Laois, just minutes away. It gets underway here at 2 o'clock, and that'll be followed by a renewal, of course, of the last number of years. Kilkenny and Dublin, they throw in at 4. Of course, Kilkenny are the reigning champions at intermediate and senior, but today they'll only get to claim one cup because, as we know, Laois and Wexford will be going at it here, as we said, to do the needful to win this trophy that's standing right in front of me here from 2 o'clock. My name is Killian Whelan, and hopefully between now and about 20 past 5 this evening, you'll be keeping an eye on all the action here from these Leinster Camogie Championship finals. And as we said, lots of action here at the fabulously appointed Glenisque O'Connor Park here in Tullamore. So do stick with us. Action getting underway. We're going to head up to our commentary position and bring you the teams which we believe are currently unchanged. Wexford and Laois throw in from 2 o'clock. And you're welcome back here. We're live now up in the gantry, the fine gantry here that is in Glenisco O'Connor Park in Tullamore. If you're watching the action, I suppose you're preparing to see either Laois or Wexford. They're in the intermediate decider and they're lining up behind the band over on the far side. I know there was a call put out on social media of the Leinster Camogie during the week looking for a band. Well, one was located. I believe lots of them in competition this weekend, so weren't able to be available, but there is a band here willing to walk the girls around here for their parade at intermediate final. And don't forget the senior decider at 4 o'clock. So let's go down through the teams. They are unchanged to the teams that were in the programme. Of course, Laois coming in here on the back of a decent run of form in recent weeks. Got to the Division 3B final against Armagh, where they were unlucky to lose out by a single point in that decider, and then came into the Leinster campaign with a fairly comprehensive win over Wicklow. Of course, a big step up for Wicklow, entertaining themselves at intermediate level this year, chasing enough defeat, but Laois then went on to beat Dublin by 17 points to 111 in the semi-final. Standout, of course, Amy Collier across both those games, she having 10 points in both. And of course, Wexford are coming in on the back of mid-table performance in Division 2B, so you'd imagine they might be the slight favourites here, having played a division higher than Laois, but they have got here on the basis of one-score victories in both their games, one against Kildare 2-9 to 1-9, and against Kilkenny the last day, who were of course the reigning Leinster champions at intermediate level, 2-10 to 1-10. Nora Higgins at centre forward, also the standout there, with 1-8 in the game against Kildare and 8 points the last day against Kilkenny. So let's go down through the Laois team then, managed of course by Pat Collier and Robert Jones. Aideen Lowry will have Cam Ross be the lady between the six, Sarah Craig and St. Bridget's, Leah Daly of Cam Ross and Fiona Scully of Cam Ross. At the half back line then, Aoife Finlay of St. Bridget's, Clodagh Tynan of St. Bridget's and Aoife Highland of O'Moores. At centre field then it's Jade Bergen of Harps, she'll wear number 8, and Leadon C. Fennell will be the captain of course, and she from the O'Moores club. The half forward line then sees two Harp representatives on either wing, Rachel Deegan and Alice Watch, and on the 40 it's Amy Collier of Camross, and her Camross colleague Grania Delaney is in the right corner forward position. Emer Hassett of St. Bridget's is on the edge of the square, and Susie Delaney will be in the other corner from Portlaoise. Turning then to Wexford, of course, who are managed by Alan Buddy Brennan, and they will start out with Lizzie Dempsey of Clubon in goal. Clodagh Jackman then of Glyn Barntown, Marie-Claire Morrissey of St. Martin's and Kellyanne Dempsey of Oilgate Glenbrine will make up the full back line. It's Lorna Fortune of Kilrush, Amy Cahill of Rathnewer and Grace Roach of Glyn Barntown who will make up the half back line. At centre field it's Clodagh Fitzhenry of Duffrey Rovers, of course a famous name and a famous club. Muireann Fitzpatrick of the Castletown Lee Mellows club, the vice captain, will wear the number 9 shirt. Then into the half forward line where there's two Rathnewer ladies, number 11 worn by Nora Higgins, number 12 by Quiva Byrne, and they're joined on the half forward line by Lisa Furman of St. Martin's, and she'll wear the number 10 shirt. And in the full forward line then, Lisa's clubmate Emma Codd will wear 13. Sarah Doyle of Cranford Monaseed, Sal of course as she's known, will be full forward, and Orla Redmond of Oilgate Glenbrine will take up the number 15 jersey. Our match officials today, well known of course, match official that will line out here today is Gavin Dunnigan. He'll be our main official as the referee. He'll be joined by Liz Dempsey of Kilkenny. Bernard Heaney will be the linesman, and fourth official will be Kieran Groom. So those are the officials and the teams. My name is Killian Whelan, and we're just waiting on the band to finish up, and the two teams are in their huddle. Before we get underway, I just a sad note, better pass on our sympathies to our cameraman who will be normally involved with us here, of course, John Nolan and the Nolan family, on the sad passing of John's brother Derek during the week. And on behalf of myself and David O'Shea, who are here, and Leinster Camogie, we'd like to extend our sympathies to the Nolan family. Arieshte Gorevahanam. So Glenisco O'Connor Park, the venue for these Leinster finals, double header, intermediate and senior. As you said, hopefully you can enjoy the action throughout the afternoon. Final pleasantries and everything getting underway. Just about to get matters going here shortly. So here we go, and I have to say, I'm delighted to have Brian Brophy with me on commentary. And Brian will join us for the afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Brian.
Afternoon, Killian.
And fair play to Aaron Road Aaron and getting you here on time.
And it was as well, on time.
So Gavin Donegan just watching the clock, and we get the ball in, and straight away it's Leading Sea Fennel. Tries to get in there and help her mate Jade Bergen. A bit of a scrum forming already in the early stages, and it looks like it's Wexford's Nora Higgins, the Rathnure captain, who came out with that, but Gavin Donegan said she's overplayed the ball, and it's going to be Laois then will have the first attempt at this. Laois will be defending the scoreboard end here. And the ball is played down into the corner, looking for a bit of movement out of Susie Delaney. She keeps the control there and tries to get inside Claudia Jackman. Claudia, a well-experienced player, of course, with Wexford. A ball is inside, and Laois come charge, and that looked like a little bit of a shove off there, but Gavin Donegan is quite happy with the play to continue, but it's been broken up by Muireann Fitzpatrick, and it's opportunity now for Wexford to get control of the ball and get out here. Interchange of passes there, dropped and left behind her there by Grace Roach. Laois getting in all around it. Laois, as he said, on a bit of a good upward turn in fortunes. The last couple of years haven't been hectic, but getting to the final this year in the league, and they've continued their form into the Leinster Championship, going quite well under managers Pat Collier and Robert Jones, and they're going to display this ball into the corner where there's no one, only a number of Wexford players and one Laois player getting across, but that ball has been cut out there. Eventually I think Kellyanne Dempsey struggling to get at it, but she's been helped out by her centre back there, Amy Cahill, and she plays the ball towards Lorna Fortune. Lorna missed it, but eventually picked up by Amy Cahill, and she comes out into a bit of open space here in Glenelg O'Connor Park. I have to say, grass quite wet, so if you see players slipping or whatever, it might be a factor. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of drying today. It's kind of very moist there around the Midlands. It has been all day. It's overcast, thankfully. No sign of rain or anything at the minute, as that ball is picked up by Rathnure's Cueva Byrne. Eventually cleared by Wexford. We haven't got beyond 45 at this end for Wexford yet, and it's been denied so far, but here's a chance out with Emma Codd. St. Martin's trying to offload it to her clubmate Lisa Furman. Furman was thinking about it, but she was well snaffled off that by Sarah Cray. Ball breaks into the middle again. Cray is still there trying to help out Jade Bergen. Wexford and Laois battling it out now in this Leinster Intermediate final, and we're heading on to 2.5 minutes, and we've yet to have a big shot at goal, and that looked like a bit of a charge there. Referee, that call, and Brian, you know,
yeah,
it's a disputed one, as we know, in ladies sport, of course, the ladies GA.
Yeah, because he's been letting it go so far. It's been hot and heavy, but I think that's a harsh one.
Definitely, I keep calling for this rule to be looked at within Congress, but that to me looked more like a frontal charge on the Wexford player there rather than the Laois player trying to get out of the way. But anyway, that's the way Gavin saw it, and he's the man that's closer to the action. The free going to be taken by centre back for Laois, Claudia Tynan, trying to find Grania Delaney down here. Ball breaking away now, and Wexford one-handed trying to get a cut away on that ball with wing back Lorna Fortune, but the Laois player is down injured, and Gavin not happy with maybe some of the follow-up play that happened there, and the Laois physio has gone out, so a bit of a stoppage in play here. You know, both of them going at it here in the early stages. Brian, would you have to see either goalkeeper be in trouble as such?
No, as you said yourself, I don't think Wexford have got inside the Laois 45, and Laois have had it down in the Wexford, down in the corners, but we haven't had a shot at goal yet. Yeah,
so it's just an opportunity now that he's just concerned here, the physio, and I'm sure that with head knocks and everything like that. So Gavin Donegan reckoned it was head high, and they were just concerned that player looked at.
Yeah,
he's calling for a blood sub, so I don't know if there is blood involved as well, but anyway, they're going to make a temporary replacement, I'd say, until everything is analysed here. Not taking any risks or anything like that, the physio.
No.
And just making sure
she's up and walking.
She's up and walking around, yeah, and that's a good sign. Lucy O'Connor looks like she's going to come in temporarily here anyway. Lucy from the Harps. Ball is thrown in, and Physio looking after. I think it's Susie Delaney that's the one there being tended to. So that ball breaks out towards the girl that came in, Lucy
O'Connor.
Yeah, Lucy O'Connor, but she's been surrounded by two Wexford players, and that's probably the problem at the minute, Brian, that some of the Laois players, when they've gotten the ball, they've been a bit exposed.
They have, I mean, there was three Wexford players around her there, Killian.
Number 20, Grania, Highlands replaces number 15, Sarah Clement.
Must just take a little while to settle down.
Apologies, 26, Katie Donegan.
And Pierre has made a couple of terms at the sub here. It's actually 29. Lucy O'Connor.
Now,
as that ball breaks into the middle now, coming onto it hard there, the captain, but she's well robbed by the other captain. Nora Higgins. Captain's coming to blow there, and Nora's had two fine performances in the provincial championship so far. She's their main score taker. But there hasn't been a free yet for her to worry about, and there looked like a bit of a nudge in the back. Typical cornerback play though, Sarah Craig, and then she wins the free out. I definitely thought there was a bit of a hip into the back action there, and that should have been a free.
I thought so too, Killian, without a doubt, but he didn't see it.
No. And I suppose as a cornerback, you'll try it once, you get away with it, it's a great one. That's your job, as they say.
That's your job, yeah.
Ball breaks anyway, and Wexford coming out from the back again. Laois just struggling to get maybe two passes together. You feel if they unlock a little bit better, and Gavin Donegan has ruled that was a bit high, and no question about that, as Susie Delaney resumes. Lucy O'Connor has probably told Pat Collier and Robert Jones the little bit if she was on there, she caused enough hassle, so
but
she might be worth a chance later on.
She'd be keen to get their Ashbourne Cup winner back in.
As that ball breaks out for Wexford. First shot in anger. Is this on its way? It's up and over the bar. That's a good score for Wexford. They worked it well, and they eventually found it into their corner forward there, Orla Redmond. And Orla hasn't scored in the provincial series up to now, but she has a point against Laois in the Leinster final. That coming for play here after 7 minutes. As Wexford have overturned the Laois puck out then, dropping it in around the house now. Dangerous ball, because we know Sal Doyle, she can get goals. She got one in the quarter final, two in the semi final. Laois look like they've dealt with that fairly well there. Aoife Finlay getting the ball out. Look like the ball though, Liz Dempsey is
the flag
signalling over there that the ball was carried out over the line, and it's going to be sideline puck for Wexford there. Leading was on her way. Double header, of course, of action here in Glenisco O'Connor Park. Don't forget the big one between Kilkenny and Dublin comes up at 4 o'clock. Can Dublin stop Kilkenny? That nearly did it last year in O'Moore Park. Will it be a chance to do the needful today? Of course, Dublin probably, if you were looking at their trajectory against Kilkenny's, they're probably just playing that little bit better. Of course, they are Division 1B league champions. But anyway, Laois have stopped that Wexford attack. Ball down into the direction of Rachel Deegan, but she just let it go through her hand. Rachel, definitely a go-to player for Laois here, but at the minute this lady is dominating quite well. Claudia Fitzhenry of the famed family of Duffy Rovers, of course, in Wexford, as that ball breaks, and it's Grace Roach of Glyn Barntown. Roach, a big name in that part of the world, as Grace gets this opportunity to diagonally send this ball over towards the point scorer already, Orla Redmond, but that ball is broken away from her, and there's good combination play there by the Laois defence, and they're able to get moving here, and that's a good, strong, tenacious defensive action from Laois as they're able to head out here with their cornerback Fiona Scully of Camross, getting it to Susie Delaney. Susie, who went off there for a little bit of a knock, she's backing a lovely little flick back across here, trying to keep it moving. Lovely one touch from Laois here. Alice Walsh didn't really look, and probably that was part of the problem. Lovely bit of skill, but probably Laois now just got to be careful of getting the ball to hand here, Brian, a little bit. They have been, as I said, struggling to get two passes clinically together.
Yes, the play hasn't flowed at all on either team. It's been disrupted. No fluency in the game so far.
Gavin decides to throw this ball in. Amy Collier thought she was having a free there, but it's a throw ball in between her and centre back Amy Cahill. The ball breaks, and it's going to be a Laois free, and now Amy Collier, Amy will get her chance. Amy, of course, a fine exponent of the game of Camogie, and a fine young player, and she's blossoming into a serious adult player as well. Sending over this ball now. 10 points against Wicklow, 8 of them from place balls, and she got 10 points against Dublin, and majority of those from place balls as well. So just under 45, striking this tight to that left hand upright. I think it's over the bar. It is to the umpires.
Yes.
Good score from Amy, and she's up and running on the scoreboard.
Yeah, their main score getter is up and going.
Brian, I was looking at some of the Wexford press about some of in regards to the team here. They were kind of feeling that, it's offensively that they were struggling, that they were probably the reliance was on one player, and that, again, when you come to a final like this, if you're thinking of taking the title, you're probably going to need a few players to step up here. So there's a bit of pressure on maybe their forwards to support the likes of Sarah Doyle and Nora Higgins here.
Yes, exactly, Killian. I mean, you need to spread the scores if you're going to be successful, because teams will. Laois will obviously prepare for the danger players, so you're looking to get the spread throughout the team.
Well, a few questions will be asked of them, I'm sure, in the next while. But Laois have done very well there to overturn Wexford. Their forwards working quite hard, and Wexford felt Gavin Dunningham was harsh on them, but he's given a free here to Laois. And it's a chance for Amy Collier to get 2 in quick succession, sending it towards those uprights. The umpires, well, they're not making any signals other than going for the flag, and that's a second point for her, and 2 of them coming within 40 seconds. So Amy Collier, that'll settle her in. 1 from 45 and 1 from about 30 metres out, up and over the bar from different angles of the pitch, and she has her eye in as that ball over on the far side goes to Wexford. We're here in Glenisco O'Connor Park. It is the Leinster Camogie Championship Finals. It's the intermediate decider between Laois and Wexford. Reigning champions Kilkenny, of course, defeated by Wexford in that semi-final. There's that ball played on there by Muireann Fitzpatrick. Muireann, the vice captain of this Wexford team, gets in there and hassles and harries, and the referee said she was being held up illegally, and is this a chance for Nora Higgins? And she is, ball in hand, and she's stolen the yard there, maybe 2. Liz Dempsey has been generous to her. She's let her go off with it. Yeah. And by the time she hits it now as well, I wonder she'll nearly be 5 yards ahead of where the free was. But Nora using the cuteness there, down and tying the lace, and she's getting herself ready. Just in line with the left hand upright here at the scoreboard in the course of O'Connor Park. And she comes up to this. And has it got the legs? Oh, batted away. It just dropped short. And Wexford are onto it, trying to get there, but Laois there in numbers as well with their centre-back Claudia Tynan out there trying to win it, but Wexford have recycled it, looking to get the chance back out here again. Higgins is in the middle, looking for it if they can get it to her. No one has picked her up. Higgins now 45 metres out, going to slalom herself inside Alice Walsh. The advantage being given, and now it's a little bit closer to goal. Cuteness there by Nora Higgins. Well, if she wasn't going to get the shot off, she was going to be able to draw the foul, and that's what she did. It's a little bit closer for her, and you'd imagine, judging by her form to date, 1-8 in the quarter-final against Kildare, 8 points against Kilkenny the last day, this should be bread and water to her, knocking it over the bar. So 2 points to 1. She's already seen the score getter on the other side. Amy Collier put 2 over the bar, and Higgins comes up to this and hits it towards the post, and the umpires like it, and it's a draw game here. Nora Higgins is up and running, the captain of this Wexford team. 13 minutes gone here, 2 points apiece. Hopefully you're enjoying the action here on the Leinster Camogie YouTube channel. Don't forget, 4 o'clock Dublin and Kilkenny. Puck out to come then from Aideen Lowry. Camross trying to seek out Alice Walsh at the harp, so the ball breaks over her head and it comes on here to Collier. Breaks on the ground and trying to get a dig at it there was Grania Delaney. So all the Camross crew linking up there, from goalkeeper all the way out to Amy Collier and Grania Delaney. But Wexford have turned it over here into the hands of Claudia Fitzhenry. Steps inside and then gets herself a bit of space, knocking it down the wing here towards Emma Codd. Emma though gets beyond her, and Laois are there in numbers to be able to cover, but they've knocked it towards the line here. Is it going to win the race? And it is. It's going to be Laois ball, Wexford ball. The umpire or the linesman, was sending it down the way towards Wexford, but I think it was clarified from there that it did get a touch off a Wexford hurl. So Alice Walsh then on the harps, a lovely cut on that, but it's gone into the corner and it's going to race to the line, and that's our first wide, if you want to call it, of the game, and it comes from that Alice Walsh sideline cut here after 14 minutes. Just struggling to get a bit of momentum, and we're a quarter of an hour in. Nora Higgins trying to get on. Definitely got I thought a bit of a trip there, nudge, but she got up and got on with it, dropping this ball in now. And who's in behind the house? Emma Codd. Opportunity for her to settle and turn inside. Here she goes, getting away from the defender. Going to have a strike. Good save by Lowry, but there was advantage being played. It's going to be a free in. Fairness to Lowry though, she had to do the needful.
Yeah, Emma Codd won the ball in the corner and took her player on and drew the free, had the free shot at the goal. Good save, stop by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, good stop by Lowry. Probably was a little bit at her, but again at that stage you have
to save him.
You have to save him, get the hurl up, and Aideen Lowry would be, as I said, I think one of the finer goalkeepers in the country. Plying her trade maybe below the senior level, but well renowned Aideen, and she stopped that well, and it's a free though for Wexford, a chance to go in front, and it is over the bar from Nora Higgins. And Nora's matched Amy Collier now on the other side for free taken, but she's put her side in front here. And Lowry sends the puck out down the middle, where Laois conceding a bit of ground there, Brian. They seem to be quite happy to leave the middle, and then whatever break comes their way, they're not challenging too much in the air at the minute.
No, Miriam Fitzpatrick was standing on her own there, but she dropped it.
That ball is sent into the corner by Jade Bergen down far side. Wexford are there in numbers again. Amy Cahill with Laois trying to stop the movement out there. Rachel Deegan probably a bit guilty of letting the Wexford player go, and Wexford a bit tidier now, I have to say, in their movement and support play. Lovely bit of turn there by Grace Roach, spun on a sixpence to keep that ball in play. Lovely bit of play by Wexford here. Lisa Furman down into the corner, ball has gone beyond now. Look at the race from behind here. Lovely bit of play.
Orla Redmond.
And you'd have to credit there, I think that was her point scorer, Orla Redmond, who got the opening score of the game. She came from about 5 yards behind the Laois defence, got in and won that free. Excellent bit of corner forward play.
Yeah, exactly, and she showed a turn of pace. As you said yourself, she started from behind the Laois player and got there first. Orla's been, I think, moved out a little bit there. She might be coming in from a half forward position now, but she definitely, we're number 15, that is her that got her opening score of the game, but she set up an opportunity here for Nora Higgins. And Nora, well, she'll keep the scoreboard ticking over by the looks of things here, Brian. That's 3 on the bounce for her. She'll score them all day, Killian.
Yeah,
if she gets them ones in front of the posts.
So now all of a sudden Laois go from being 2-1 up to being 4-2 down. Short puck out from Aideen Lowry this time, and it's going to be driven, but not a great connection on that by her centre back, but the bounce works, and a bit of a loose pass there by Leading C. Fennell. And Laois there trying to win that ball back, but as I said, they just seem to be hunting on their own rather than hunting in packs. Wexford looking to come out, bit of a slip there in the feet, and I did say to you that the ground is quite slippery. Whatever moisture, mist and rain maybe overnight, but it hasn't really dried here. Glenisco Connor Park. Wexford now trying to burst forward here. Opportunity for Sal Doyle. Sal looking to step inside. She definitely had the hurl pulled. Going to be a free in, and another chance for Nora Higgins. And that's going to be a problem now for Laois. If they're going to keep fouling, she's going to keep popping them over the bar, and you definitely don't want to be giving her scoring opportunities. And the last two, Brian, have been right in front of the goalposts.
Right in front, and Wexford seem to be able to get 2-on-2 inside. Laois are getting drawn out, and then hence they're having to foul inside to stop the inside forward going through.
So coming up in 18 minutes gone, Wexford now look like putting a bit of daylight between themselves and Laois, because I have to say Laois have really, I think, struggled to get into this game, putting clean passes of possession together, and they need to arrest that situation as Nora Higgins puts that ball over the bar. And Nora well on her way to matching what she did the last day here. Points on 13, 16, 17, 19, and 5 points to 2. As I said, Laois had taken that 2 points to 1 lead, and now just struggling to get on the ball around the middle. Everything Wexford doing at the minute is going into the hand or finding a Wexford player. And here come Wexford again now, spreading it a bit wide. Look who's gone in on the bounce. Emma Codd got away from her corner back. Got to be careful here now. Codd going in again, and there's another foul. And Fiona Scully has got to be very, very careful. And I'd say Gavin Dunnigan is going for the card here, and that'll really put her under pressure now, because Emma Codd is just running off her shoulder and causing her all sorts of problems.
Well, the last three, provided she puts this over, which we think she will, Killian, it's like Groundhog Day.
Yeah,
it's 3 in a row now, where they've just fouled because they've gotten in behind.
So here we go, and you're making it very easy for Nora Higgins to mount up the scoring charts. As I said, she got 8 the last day. She got 1-8 against Kildare, and now she's already on to 5 here against Laois.
Yeah.
And she's had some run of spell here in the last 7 minutes, 5 points she's got, but Laois are making it very, very easy on her. I think the longest free she's had is 30 metres. Now, she had one for 45, a drop short, fine. But 30 metres out is the longest point that she has scored. Well, 6 points to 2. And here, Wexford again. Laois, I have to say, are chasing a bit of shadows here at the minute, Brian.
They are. I mean, Wexford are totally dominating around midfield, and well, it took them a few minutes to get into the Laois half. They're getting into it plenty now, and the opposite's happening. Laois cannot get past midfield.
No, can't get past midfield, and this is where it's
stopping.
Again. And Wexford just can't get by that centre back at the minute. Amy Cahill standing her ground there, and between herself and Muireann Fitzpatrick dictating an awful lot of what's happening between the two 45s. It's Wexford on the ball again, looking to knock this ball long in as Orla Redmond got the opening score of the game, dropping it in, but she was fouled as she was knocking it. And here's a chance again for Nora Higgins.
We've 8 scores, Killian. We've only had 1 from play.
But if Laois keep fouling the way they're doing, Nora Higgins will have her last day's match tally secured by half time.
Exactly, and you know, at intercounty these days, every team has a sharp shooter from frees. You have to have it, and obviously Wexford have it.
Oh, Nora lining up this now, and she's not too far off the line of the black spot. And you'd have to say you'd fancy her here. 6 points to 2, chance to make it 7-2. Bit more of a backswing and follow through on that. And has she pulled it?
Yeah,
we put the hex on her. So
put the hex on her.
She is fallible.
She is fallible. It was dead centre too.
Yeah, probably the more straightforward one of all the ones that she's hit, but it was the furthest one out. As Wexford winning that ball again, the dirty ball there by Clodagh Fitzhenry. Laois, now really someone needs to put their stamp on this game and get her hands on the ball. Ball looks like it's going to break here for Jade Bergen, but she's let that ball get away from her, trying to get in there. Amy Collier, the 2 points for Laois, and so far Alice Walsh gets out. Collier goes off her, also as well Jade Bergen. Ball gone to the ground, and Wexford are there snaffling around, and you would think there's double the amount of Wexford players that there is Laois players at the minute. Laois struggling to get a grip of it. Now, got to understand, Laois and Wexford have been plying their trade at different levels in the National League, and of course Laois have had an up and down couple of years and trying to get things back on the road again. This probably would be a step up for them, but they surely were coming into this final today thinking, after beating Dublin, that they were going to give Wexford a good run for their money here. Anyway, they've got it free, and that'll probably settle and take some of the pressure off the backs here as Collier stands over this.
A great strike.
Sends it on its way, and it's up and over the bar. Amy Collier, she is a specialist as well. And that's Laois's first score in 11 minutes, and Wexford have taken over since, with Nora Higgins hitting 5 on the bounce.
Still only a score between them though.
After all that,
Killian, after all that.
Yeah, and there's Laois coming onto that ball now. A strong play by Finlay, knocking the ball down here towards Emer Hassett. Leaves it behind her, but gets it at the second time. Shortening the grip, putting it up high, dropping it towards the post. The crowd love it. The umpire loves it. The white flag's going up, and all of a sudden Laois have sorted out a little bit of their problems. Have a fine point there from the centre forward, Emer Hassett, or full forward.
A great score, Killian. Off her left, straight over the black spot.
Lovely shortened grip, and got a lovely bit of height, and there is a bit of a breeze, but nothing significant that we think that's going to affect the score. But Laois now all of a sudden 2 on a bounce, and they're only 2 behind. Urged on, and all of a sudden just starting to step into it a little bit. Ball taken on by Jade Bergen there, the Harps. Ball popped in there by Collier. Collier giving it to Leading C. Fennell, the captain of this team, and a very experienced player she is. Looking to find out the point scorer Emer Hassett there, but it's taken away there, and Wexford now maybe just trying to relieve some of the pressure that Laois have put them under. Being urged on by the crowd that's over on the far side, and the few on the terrace here. The Kilkenny ladies are in front of us here, keeping an eye on the action so far. Is Wexford having a shot off there? Is that Redmond? That's a fine score, up and over the bar. And she had to work seriously hard there, Orla Redmond, to get that, and under tight pressure, Brian put a lovely score over the bar.
Yeah, a great score, her second of the game, Killian. She looks very lively anytime it goes into her, and has that turn of pace.
Well, we did say someone had to step up and support Nora Higgins and Sal Doyle. Orla Redmond is doing that at the minute as Laois make a substitution. It looks like it's Rachel Deegan is going to be called ashore, and Rachel, who had a fine game in both matches so far in the Leinster Championship, well, they've decided that it's not working out, and they've called her ashore. Rachel has been replaced by Ava Koss of St. Bridget's. As the puck comes from Lowry now. 7-4 it is, and on the ground, Laois trying to win it. The Wexford players standing back. 2 Laois players over it. Gavin Donegan is happy to let the play continue as much as possible. Bit of a scrap going on, and it looked like getting it out was Jade Bergen, but it's worked out here for Wexford, has it? Bergen gets in and disrupts the movement there of Lisa Furman, and Laois looking to get this ball forward. Nice ball down along the wing, asking an awful lot of Alice Walsh, but she did extremely well there up against Lorna Fortune and Claudia Fitzhenry, getting the ball on, but it is getting in their fortune to overturn that ball and giving it here now to Higgins. Nora Higgins seems to be everywhere at the minute, knocking it down along the line here. 7-4 it is on the scoreboard clock here. 25 minutes gone. Ball thrown in. Look very tight to the line, but the linesman is quite happy to let it go. Gavin Donegan spotted though something, and he reckoned that there was a bit of holding going on there by Leah Daly on Sal Doyle, and it's going to be a free to Nora Higgins. Now probably the most difficult one, but she's right in line with myself and Brian here, and I would no doubt fancy this. Now for herself, she's probably thinking, after missing the last one, this probably has to go over the bar. But anyway, here's Nora Higgins, and after Laois getting 2 on the bounce, Wexford going to hit back. She's drawing it towards that left hand upright, off the post and wide. 2 wides on the bounce in for Nora.
Interesting there, Killian. She never placed the ball. She just played it as it was. Yeah.
Interesting take for her, all right. As Aideen Lowry knocks that ball long, but again it's Wexford that are there, able to get a touch on it, and also seem to be on the break. Laois standing off them a little bit, but have won the ball. Advantage being given here to Laois's sub that came in there, number 19, Ava Koss. Ava got a point against Wicklow. And of course a chasing enough performance, but Wicklow, when you consider their camogie, where they've come from and everything they've achieved, getting out with junior, getting up, competing intermediate, I know they got a hell of a beating, but it bodes well, I hope, for their development going forward, as Amy Collier has unfortunately caught the dose of the yips as well as Nora, and has pulled that one to the right and wide. The ball breaking in around again, and there's Wexford in large numbers and coming out with a ball. Kellyanne Dempsey from the Oilgate Glenbrine club looking to turn inside. Referee makes a decision that time, Gavin, that the shoulder was dropped into the challenge, so he, judging by the body movement he was making there, judged that as a foul by the Laois player on the Wexford defender, and it's going to be a free out for Wexford. Alan Buddy Brennan down below us here, keeping an eye on the action behind him. It's all the Kilkenny panel, and down in front of us here the Kilkenny Camogie management, of course, first year in the job for Chaps Clear. Chap, of course, formerly managed Carlow, as Laois have won a free here after that Wexford free, and eventually Laois turned it over, and it's out here on the halfway line. Amy Collier standing over this, but the linesman is telling her she's got to come back to the 65, and now she's capable. I have seen Amy Collier in the past, but I'm thinking she's going to drop this, and she does. Great nice ball. Decent ball, got a lovely hop, but unfortunately left it behind her, but she's gotten away. Has Emer Hassett from a tie. That's a lovely score. Lovely score. Bit of ball. And in fairness, Emer Hassett, we heard it from up here, Brian, she wanted that ball as soon as Collier stood over it.
Oh yeah, she made the call, made the run, and probably just scored the game so far. That was beautifully taken off her left, Killian. Might be the way for Laois to go.
Absolutely, 7-5.
Set it in front of her.
So again, Laois have arrested a little bit of the pressure Wexford have got on, and they've kicked that ball along the ground there towards Collier. She's been surrounded by 2 Wexford players, but she doesn't mind. Amy Collier, cool as a breeze. Lovely bit of play, but she left it drop out of hand. Should have popped the pass off there, and the Laois management were looking that she should have used one of her support players.
Sitting all the time.
Looking at ball down here in the corner. And have Laois, got a free in. And now Brian, after, as we said, everything we were worried about where Laois were going, Nora Higgins gets 5 on the bounce in 7 minutes. Laois were struggling, hemorrhaging a bit, got a couple of scores, and if this goes over, I know it's a tight angle, it's a 1-point game.
Yeah, it's a tough free for a left-hander, as Amy is, but like you said, if she gets it, all of a sudden there's only 1 point in it. She's trying to bring it back to widen the angle. normally trying to go nearer the goal, but in this case, take it out a bit.
Take it out a bit to get it. And as you said, David has a good angle of this right behind her here as she takes it down this far corner. It's tight to that
Beautiful
post, but
score.
it's over the bar. That's a lovely strike. Leisha got 2 fine points off the bounce, 1 from play, 1 from a free. All of a sudden, 1 point game. Just goes to show you how quickly it can change, Brian.
Yes, for all their more or less dominance of the ball, it's on the scoreboard, there's only 1 in it.
Yeah, and we were really concerned after 20 minutes. Fiona Scully got a free, and there's Wexford now, all of a sudden being judged over carry. Laois having a chance, long range, to work something here. Don't know whether Amy will fancy a shot or she's going to search the corners again. But we could have a draw game here after all that was going on here 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're last minute and a half plus injury, and we could be level.
Collier looking for Hassett, ball breaks off her though, but it's not going to work out. And Fortune of Kilrush is going to be able to knock it down along this side of the field here, looking for a bit of movement out of Furman of St. Martin's, but it's Laois going to turn it over. No additional time to be played, so it's last throws of the dice. No, 2 minutes gone up. It did go up 0 with Kieran Groom, but it's going to be 2 minutes, and it had to be, of course, to that knock that it wasn't a Susie Delaney got early doors.
Early doors, this blood substitution, yeah.
So Higgins, lovely ball, didn't even look and sent it in the direction of Sal Doyle. Laurie's got to be careful. She came a long way, and her corner back was there to help her, Fiona Scully, and get that ball away. Aideen, she just was maybe to hit the ground, both of them at the same point. It was tight, and eventually cleared anyway. Sal Doyle got enough on it, but Scully was back there to knock it over. Fight going on over on the far side between Susie Delaney and Claudia Jackman. That's been entertaining enough there at the minute. Jackman trying to get out. Donegan, which way is it going to go? He says she's overplayed the ball, and Laois have a chance to get level here. And as we said after 20 minutes it was 6-2, and you were starting to get a little bit worried from a Laois point of view. What a chance to get level here.
Yes, and I think both teams have to realise that Gavin likes blowing for overcarrying. That must be about the 5th free he's given for overcarrying in the game.
Yeah. Jamie Collier now from tight enough angle again. Heads it to the left hand, but she's pulled that to the left and wide.
She got the harder one. For a left-hander, that was an easier chance.
Probably just put a little bit too much purpose on it towards that left hand upright, but that's a good bit of play there by Laois. Oh, lovely pick up. Surely a push in the back there as the ball went to be played in, but Gavin saw nothing there. Definitely thought I saw the hurl in the back, Brian, there on Laois's number 13, Grania Delaney.
Yeah, I agree, Killian. Certain free for me, but not given.
Ball breaks, and it's played by Jade Bergen. Bergen down in the direction of Grania Delaney. Delaney trying to go down the ball, being hassled and harried there by Kellyanne Dempsey. 15 seconds remaining, and now he gives the free.
He gives it.
And it's going to be Collier that'll stand over again, and now she's a second chance of putting it a draw game going in here at half time. I'd imagine this will be the last puck of the first half here, and it's took a while to get going, Brian, but it's right fair here now at the minute. Lively encounter.
Yes, we're getting into it now.
Collier then putting this ball, it's dropping short, and it's dropped out to the right and wide. Judging by the hit off it there, it didn't sound a great connection.
No, she slapped it, Killian. You could hear it, as you said yourself. You clearly hear it.
And the puck out comes, so Laois 2 chances there to get level, and what a lift that would have given them going in here at half time. But you'd have to say, imagine Pat Collier and Robert Jones will be happier the way that they've gone about things in the last 10 minutes or thereabouts. Definitely Laois have raised their game a hell of a lot, and they had to.
They had to, exactly, Killian. It looked at one stage it was going away from them, but they've really battled back into it well. And I mean, the last 2 frees, they could have actually went in ahead.
Looking at it, we were worried after 20 minutes. Nora Higgins was after getting 5 points on the bounce, and I said to you, if Laois keep fouling the way they're fouling, she was going to match her tally from the last day in the first half. All of a sudden, Laois just seemed to have made a little bit of a switch, and maybe competing a bit better for the ball around the middle. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, exactly. They made a couple of changes tactically, and I mean, they're getting a more ball around the middle. And again, a bit like Wexford, their corner forwards look like they have the beating at the backs if the ball can be put into them. So it sets up for a good second half.
If you're Wexford and you're Alan Buddy Brennan, you're a little bit concerned that maybe they have drifted out of the game and they're not maybe, I would feel, as I said to you, Laois were struggling to get passes 2 in a row. At Wexford, it was seamless. It was just pop pass. It was very, very easy. Is it just because Wexford or Laois have stepped it up? Or have Wexford, has something gone wrong for Wexford, do you think?
I think Laois have stepped up. They had to do something. Otherwise, to me, the game, you could have maybe went away from them, even though it was early in the first half. And they've really battled back into it well. I'd be concerned if I was Wexford. I think half-time has come at a good stage for them. I think they can readjust at half-time.
Well, we'll wait and see what that readjustment is from Alan Buddy Brennan. They definitely would feel Orla Redmond is having a game. She's probably someone that's got to be gotten on the ball a lot, and we'll have to arrest the situation that's maybe happened for them in the last 10 minutes. But as I mentioned here, after Nora Higgins had hit 5 on the bounce in 7 minutes, Wexford went from being 2-1 down to being 6-2 in front, and Laois had to do something, and they did in that last 10 minutes, and could have had an opportunity not only to be level but possibly ahead here at half time. But at half time it is level. It's it is Wexford at lead, as it turns out, on the scoreboard with those points from Nora Higgins, 2 from Orla Redmond. Amy Collier and Emer Hassett have been the point scorers for Laois, but it is Wexford in front at half time here in the Leinster Intermediate Camogie Championship final from Glenisk O'Connor Park in Tullamore. At half time, Wexford 7, Laois 6. Rejoin us shortly. here to Glennis O'Connor Park. Unusual sight, both teams out on the pitch, raring to go for the last minute or two there, waiting on the match officials. Kieran Groom, as you can see there, fourth official. He'll be fourth official for the senior game as well. Liz Dempsey of Kilkenny making her way across here. She'll be on this side. Over on the far side, Bernard Heaney, and match official is Gavin Dunnigan. 7-6 it is here in the Leinster Intermediate Camogie Championship final. My name is Killian Whelan. Co-com with Brian Brophy and our cameraman today, David O'Shea of Entray. As ball is thrown in, game is on, and Muireann Fitzpatrick, as she did an awful lot in the first half, getting in and trying to do the dirty work and win that ball, and she does, and hops it off here to Sal Doyle, who seems to be out around the 40, and in the middle, as this ball breaks inside now, a chance for the centre forward and the captain to get the score. Nora Higgins gets her first from play, and obviously a flea in the ear coming out of the dressing room.
And the switch worked. 11 went to 14, 14 came to 11, 14 plays it to 11 over the bar. So the management will take credit for that.
They will, and it's worked out. As ball breaks up here now, and it's direct markers Amy Collier and Amy Cahill coming to battle here, and in there trying to help out Grace Roach as well. Ball breaks on the ground, but it's Fitzpatrick in there, but she throws a loose pass, and it's Collier that wins it, and hopping off her is Jade Bergen. Bergen has a shout outside her, didn't go backwards with it, went to the corner forward, and of course it's a lady who's been causing problems, I should say, full forward, Emer Hassett, dropping it in and dropping it over the bar. And I have to say, she would operate in a telephone box.
Absolutely brilliant, Killian. That is absolutely... I said she got the score of the game the first half. I think she's bettered it.
Lovely take at a very tight angle and spun and sent it on its way up and over the bar. Two fine scores in the opening stages here. 8-7 it is. And this game starting to liven up a little bit. It took a long time to warm up as this ball is over on the far side with Laois' Grania Delaney having a shot inside. It's going to drop into the grateful paw of Lizzie Dempsey, the club on player. Has time to turn and spin. Laois not hassling her there. She gave it to Mary Claire Morrissey, and the fullback knocks it long down the field. But it's Laois that have turned it over here. Ava Coss, who came in for Rachel Deegan and has a shot off. Is this the leveller? That is a fine score. Ava Coss. And Laois have answered Wexford and whatever they've come back out with Brian here.
They have indeed, and the substitute who come on 5 minutes before half time. Great score again, coming in off her left on the run. Bang over the bar. And
Wexford now will be probably starting to get a little bit concerned, but Alan Brennan happy to let it play out here at the minute. Laois starting to compete that little bit better and causing problems. Leading C. Fennell, of course, the captain of Laois team, a very famous family, of course, involved in the sport of hurling and camogie, the Fennells. As ball is played across the field, but cut out well there by Lorna Fortune at Kilrush, but left behind here. But Wexford have won it back, dropping the ball into the direction here. They were looking for Sal Doyle, but it was cut out there by Jade Bergen. Jade starting to really grow into this game here as Wexford have turned it over though with their corner forward and getting it there. Emma Codd popping the pass to her captain Nora Higgins. Nora being shouted at to give it into Claudia Fitzhenry. Fitzhenry turns inside well there, having to pop the pass, tried to bat it across, and it didn't work out. And Laois have turned it over here with wing back Aoife Finlay, but she's been tracked all the way. A nice little pop pass though to Ava Costa. St. Bridget's players linking up over here now towards Grania Delaney, the Camross player, taking it away there from Claudia Jackman. That's been a right battle, and she's on her bike and she's gone. Still going is Grania Delaney, going to shorten the grip. Have Laois head in front. They have they? Yes, they have. 9 points to 8. Laois haven't led since about the 7th minute or thereabouts, when it was 2 points to 1. Back in front. 3 fine scores from Laois at the start of the second half.
Yeah, and we've had 4 scores altogether, Killian, and all from play. A big contrast to the first half. Game has really opened up, and some great scores.
Some great taking indeed. A right cracking intermediate final here now. Alice Walsh knocking the ball down into the corner. Hassett and Delaney, the two Delaneys, of course. One from Camross, one from Portlaoise, looking to cause Wexford a few problems, but thou shall not pass. Mary Claire Morrissey, she wins that ball back and giving it here now to Grace Roach. Rose diagonally sends the ball over the far side, but wow, an awful lot of purpose on that, and it was the wrong iron choice there, I have to say, from Grace Roach, sending it over to the far side, and it's going to be a Laois sideline ball that it would take Alice Walsh. Looks like she has it in hand to take. 9 points here, cracking encounter here, and we're only 4 minutes into the second half. 7-6 it was at half time. Laois though have hit the front here, down into the corner then it goes, looking to hunt out Susie Delaney, I should say, but Laois trying to disrupt it there, and it's going to be a Wexford sideline cut. Laois starting to get to grips, as we said, in and around the middle here at the minute.
Yeah, they've come out the start of the second half. Obviously, the first score straight from the puck out from Wexford, but Laois have really thundered into it now.
Well, as I said to you, Brian, I was reading the Wexford media during the week. The concern would have been that maybe in the forward division for Wexford, just not enough point scorers, that the reliance might have been on one or two players, where Laois seem to be getting a bit more purpose. I know the points have come from Collier and Hassett. Delaney's got in on it now, but they seem to be getting a little bit more out of their forward unit, let's say.
Well, exactly. I think it's about 5-3, I think, from play, to Laois, from scores from play.
But Wexford have dealt with this well there. It was like a hot potato, but Kellyanne Dempsey eventually got it back to Clodagh, and Clodagh Jackman got that ball clear on the ground with Laois kicking and scrapping and everything now, and starting, as he said, to take a bit more of a fight to Wexford with its centre back Amy Cahill-Ratnewer trying to get the ball forward. Gavin Dunnigan got in the way, and here's the change. How Alan Buddy Brennan has seen enough, and it looks like Grace Roach is the one that's going to come ashore, and it looks like Leah Furlong of Clubon is the player that's going to come in. Change about to happen, just waiting, but Gavin had thrown the ball in and the change can't happen, and Laois coming on to this now with Ava Coss, foul on Ava Coss, and it's going to be a free in, and I don't think Alan Brennan will be too happy maybe with Gavin Dunnigan there. He wanted that change to happen, but it's going to happen now, and it's Grace Roach is going to come in. Leah Furlong is the player coming on from Clubon. 9 points to 8, 36 minutes we're just coming up on. Hopefully, as I said, you're enjoying the action, because this has turned into a right encounter between these two. Leinster Intermediate Camogie Championship final. My name is Killian Whelan, joined by Brian Brophy on co-coms here, and Laois have a chance with Amy Collier to go 2 points in front.
Ava Costa's really made a difference since she came in before half time.
Amy Collier puts a little bit of purpose on that one, and that's her 5th point of the game. She puts that ball over the bar, all from place ball. And after 36 minutes now, Laois have opened a gap that they haven't had in this game. So waiting on a call. Bernard Heaney called Gavin Dunnigan upon something there. There's been a hold up here, I don't know what he has spotted. Maybe just a little bit of a warning. Is it the Laois player? I don't know what that was about, but anyway, we'll resume the action. Laois about to introduce another player. It looks like number 18, Lucy Conroy from O'Moores, is about to come in. Don't forget, of course, O'Moores had a fine run to the Leinster club final, and back in the winter, of course, as they of course took on Nafina, wasn't it, in that final? Nafina, who were trying to do things on the double on both ladies football and camogie, and it looks like it's number 9 Leading C Fennel is called ashore, so the captain.
Number 18, Lucy Conroy, replaces number 9, Leah Fennel.
So
seems to be a straight swap in midfield.
Straight swap, yeah. But Leading has taken her leave of us here after 38 minutes. Wexford being urged on by the crowd here is to try to get in there and getting the ball back, but the referee said there was a knock on the head there of the Laois player, but just as Sal had the ball in her hand, I'd say, Brian, she might have been thinking there was a gap there.
Yeah, well, again, I've seen her do it for a minute when she gets the ball around the goal. But he blew the whistle.
Yeah, whistle was blown just before she ever had got the ball in hand, but Sal Doyle, she had a gap and she had space as well. But blow to the head there, and it's Sarah Cray. That's the second knock on the head that a Laois player has suffered, and we saw Susie Delaney off for a couple of minutes at the start of the first half. So a halt in play now here. Laois going 10-8. They mightn't appreciate this break in play, because they're in a good vein of form here. Kilkenny management down below us, of course, a new Kilkenny management. They'll be here for the senior game that's underway at 4 o'clock, Dublin and Kilkenny. Peter Chapclear, of course, and his new management team.
PJ Ryan, is that?
And
former All-Ireland winner.
Yeah, PJ, yeah. Some well-known faces down there, alright. Part of the team as they try to put their stamp on that Kilkenny setup. All-Ireland series, of course, getting underway next weekend. So we will have winners here today, no matter what happens. They will go to extra time and 45s if needs be. Interesting what Gavin has award. Oh, it's an indirect, isn't it? Isn't that right, Brian? If I remember rules are right, she can't. I don't think she can go for this, can she? No, she's looking for someone. Yeah, so we're waiting on Sarah Cray. He's given the time here, and We did look for Susie Delaney today, so I'm wondering, is there a difference in the injury here? Maybe that's why he's allowing Sarah Cray to resume her place. So the ball was just about to land in the hand of Sal Doyle when the whistle had been blown. So if I'm right, this is indirect. So Nora Higgins, he's just waiting for officials to get off the pitch. Or is she lining up to take it? I thought it would have been indirect. No, she can't. Yeah, absolutely. But she played it back here, and it wasn't a great ball, unfortunately. It left a little bit short to Orla Redmond, but Redmond has turned it over. Maybe Higgins will turn it into something. Has she got her 7 point? At some score, she puts it over. That is a fine effort, because, again, Brian, she had very little room to manoeuvre there.
Yeah, shortened the grip. Over the bar. Great score.
And you'd have to credit Nora Higgins there, because, as I said, she left the pass a little bit short to Orla Redmond. She got it back to her, and the Rathnour lady, in a small tight space, and the captain of this team put the ball over the bar. Ball drops in for Collier, looking to find either one of the Delaney's, the corner forward, and that's a lovely bit of play by Hassett, in fact. St. Bridget's player, short again. She was trying to set up, and freeing. She was being tugged back, and the Laois forward line at the minute is causing a few problems there with their movement.
Yeah, their inside line are able to get out in front of the Wexford backs every time it's played into them, and their touch is excellent as well. I think Laois need to hit the ball in early and in front as much as they can.
Yeah, well, definitely Emer Hassett is causing problems. She's 3 points in today's game. Amy Collier then has 5, and there's also been a point from Ava Coss and Grania Delaney, as Collier puts over her 6 point. And with 42 minutes gone here, it's the Leinster Camogie Championship Intermediate Final. Laois back out 2 point lead.
A personal battle with Nora Higgins to be top scorer.
Yeah, we're pushing that at the minute, alright. 6 for one, 7 for the other. As Leah Furlong, who came on there about 5 minutes ago, gets that ball off here, and is dropping in. Dangerous ball, Lowry!
Over the bar.
I could have dropped it. You could see them dropping into the net as well, Brian, and that's gone over the bar. That's a fine score.
Yeah, I think the Laois goalie is happy it went over the bar from Emma Codd. Could have easily ended up in the net.
Dropping that ball in, and it's back to a 1 point game. So, right encounter now. Emma Codd getting in on the scoreboard along with Orla Doyle. Ball is down the far end of the field, though, and it's Collier. Definitely had a pull of the jersey, but not given. Kicks it on, then trying to get it to Hassett. Number of players here. Hassett, in fairness, stood her ground, won that ball, pull of the arm. Again. Going to be a free in. And if Laois were guilty of doing it in the first half, Wexford now have all of a sudden just can't handle a Laois inside line and are fouling maybe unnecessarily at times.
Well, as we had it in the first half, it's what the Laois full back line were doing. But I mean, Wexford really need to get a hold of Emer Hassett. She's causing all sorts of trouble every time it goes into her. Yeah,
but I would feel defensively Wexford are probably have the better numbers than what Laois had on occasion, Brian. But I don't think there needed to be a foul there. There was 4 or 5 Wexford players around.
No, exactly. Yeah, you got to just stand up and you've just got to work her. But they went for the easy option.
Caused the foul.
And I think Amy Collier will say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, yeah. So the 2 number 11s, as you said, battling out for being top scorer, and this will be a chance for Amy in that battle anyway to get level here. She's getting a bit of attention to her own little bit of an injury. She was involved in setting that ball up for Emer Hassett. Hassett then was fouled, and it's a chance just on the top of the D. 13 minutes gone in this second half. Good strike from Amy Collier. It's up and over the bar, and she has then got 7 points, the same as Nora Higgins has. The only difference is Nora's two of them have come from play.
And most importantly, she's put Laois 2 ahead.
Yeah, back up 2 ahead, 12 points at 10. Neither goalkeeper being troubled, though, apart from Aideen Lowry, maybe in the opening 10 minutes. Yeah. But other than that, there hasn't been a chance inside. Maybe someone will start testing it shortly. And that's a lovely bit of play. Orla Redmond. But Brian, you could see that maybe 2-3 seconds before the pass was actually played. She set herself up lovely for it.
She did. She made the run out. She showed for the ball. And again, on the run off her left-hand side. I mean, the quality of the game has really improved in the second half from the first.
Lovely pop passes.
Some great scores.
Orla Redmond on to her 3rd point then. The Oilgate Glenbrine players. The ball breaks in the middle, and it's, as we said, tit for tat. And taking the ball there. Alice Wall short in the grip. Got a lovely ball to Collier. Has she got a point for players? Dropping in. It's a dangerous ball. Got to be caught well there by Lizzie Dempsey. Got the hand up, strong wrist, and held on to that ball as Laois looked to introduce another sub. It looks like it's a 28.
29.
29, just said, Lucy O'Connor, she was on earlier on, and we said that she's definitely given Pat Collier and Robert Jones something to think about, that she'll get another chance, so she's about to come in here, as Laois have turned over that ball there. It's going to be a strike coming in from Ava Coss, has caused all sorts of problems. If Hassett or Delaney get inside, you'd feel they're going to hit the back of the onion sack, but that ball has been turned over well, and it's Marie Claire Morrissey, I should say, has played that ball forward, and it's 29 for 15. So Susie Delaney has seen her time here with 15 minutes remaining.
So the blood substitution in the first half has become a permanent one in the second half.
Yeah,
the same two players.
So Lucy O'Connor was on for Susie Delaney as a blood sub, and Wexford about to make a change as well. Looks like number 25, Ciara Butler, Glyn Barntown, is about to come into the play, but we're allowing that free to be taken now, and it's Marie Claire Morrissey of St. Martin's that knocks this ball long, and out in front Orla Redmond gets a nice little touch. Thought she got a nudge in the back, but nothing given. A referee allowing the play to continue. Bergen loses the ball, and then a block down there on Cueva Byrne by Laois's Aoife Finlay. And now the change for Wexford, 25 coming in is Ciara Butler, and she's replacing Lisa Furman.
Number 25, Ciara Butler, replacing number 10, Lisa Furman.
You can hear that confirmed here on the public address. So Glyn Barntown for St. Martin's.
Yeah, and definitely I would know her from DCU, poses a goal threat. Very, very strong physical player, Ciara.
That's probably what Alan Buddy Brennan is thinking here in the closing stage. Now he may need a goal to beat Laois, as that ball is cut by Sal Doyle. It came off of a Laois arm, I think, and might have bounced favourably here for Orla Redmond. Has to work hard to get it. Being surrounded by two Laois players, hits the deck. Donegan thought about the whistle, and eventually decides that she overplayed the ball. And very tight decision there, Gavin Donegan, allowing that ball to play to continue. I think he was about to whistle and maybe give it one way, and then judge it was overplay, and it was a Laois clearance here. Ball knocked in the direction. Definitely a pull in the hurl there of Hassett by cornerback Kellyanne Dempsey. She gets away with it though, as Wexford go to come out, and she is fouled. That is the number 18, Leah Furlong, who's on since the 36th minute. But there's no question about it. As Emer Hassett tried to get away there, her hurl was being pulled by Kellyanne Dempsey. It was on the near side. Liz Dempsey didn't spot it, Gavin Donegan didn't spot it, and Wexford's Julie win a free, and it's a free out for them. The chance now to get it down the far end of the field as they look to level up in this game. A game that they were well in control of after 20 minutes, leading by 6 points to 2. Ball breaks away though from Claudia Tynan. Got to be careful. It bounces to the lady in form at the minute, Orla Redmond. Dangerous enough ball now. It's getting in around the house, and it's got to be cleared away from that space, and Leah Daly does that well. Wexford player going hunting for it there is of course their number 12 Cueva Byrne. Went to send it inside. Referee said it was a push, and it's a chance for Nora Higgins from a tight enough angle here now to level the game. And now this is where, tired energy, I call it, Brian, starts coming into play. The legs and the arms starting to tighten up here a little bit, and this is where mistakes can be made, and you could find a goal or a decisive score coming.
Yes, well, we're into the last quarter now, Killian, and obviously tired legs, but it was a silly foul just straight in the back, and now gives Wexford a chance.
Going nowhere.
Away from goal, yeah.
So Nora Higgins a chance now to get back in front in her goal scoring duel with Amy Collier, and she's caught that well, and it's lovely, and it's up and over the bar from Nora Higgins. 8 points.
Back level.
She's got back level it is, and she's ahead in the scoring stakes there. Laois with a short puck out, giving it to Jade Bergen, took it lovely, diagonal ball. Laois have a bit of a player over here, but it's well cut out there by the sub Leah Furlong. Then eventually to midfielder Claude Fitzhenry, and our Wexford just growing into this. This ball is into Higgins. Higgins going to have a kick at it, but it's cornerback that's come in there, Fiona Scully, who got booked after 20 minutes, and I have to say she's done very, very well since. In mind of the house as Finlay tries to follow on the clearance, but Wexford now chasing to get back in front, charging forward here now. Opportunity maybe for Muireann Fitzpatrick driving forward. Muireann of course can swap in and around. I've seen her at centre back and centre forward on occasions within plays, but Laois have turned that ball over. Good bit of play here by of course one of the subs that it's in for Laois. I think that was it Ava Costa got that ball clear. Ball knocking on the ground though, and Wexford coming out with it. Fell over there. I don't see a whole lot in that. Two players challenging for a ball. Laois player stopped it. Wexford player went tumbling. Ball is on the ground, trying to dig it out, and Gavin Donegan says, girls, I'm going to throw that ball in. 11 minutes of normal time. You'd imagine here's another substitution coming in for Laois. Sarah Cray of St. Bridget's is going to be the one replaced.
Number 2.
So 17 for 2. It's Jessie Quinlan. So one St. Bridget's player for another.
moved on to...
And it looks like Wexford are going to bring in another sub as well. Alan Brennan coming down to the fourth official here to give the numbers here. And it looks like it's number 16, Sive Buttle, is going to come in. Ball thrown in, and it's a Wexford ball. 12 all. The bit of an ironic cheer is it over there from the Wexford crowd. And Liz Dempsey looking to get the attention. It looks like Sive Buttle is going to come in for Emma Codd. So Kilrush.
Oh, great catch.
St. Martin's as this ball is dropped inside from the free, and it looks like it's going to be a free in, no question. Higgins may have taken a rest for about 10 minutes, Brian. All of a sudden she's back involved in the action and causing all sorts of problems.
She is. The change with herself, and Sal Doyle has obviously worked since half time for Wexford, and she's causing all sorts of problems in there. Brilliant catch. And to be fair, I think it wasn't a bad foul to give away. She couldn't let her round her.
No. 10 minutes ago then with that substitution taking place, Sive Buttle and a Kilrush in for Emma Codd of St. Martin's. Emma, who got a fine score there about 8 minutes ago. And number 27 is coming in as well now, Letty Whelan. Of course, Letty, well-known player with St. Martin's, club scene a few years ago. And she comes in for Cueva Byrne. So Alan Brennan is going for the juggler here, I think, a little bit. Fresh legs,
all in the
change of tactic, all in the forwards. They're hunting this out now, aren't they?
They are. They've made all their changes, have all been forwards. Ciara Butler's on, Letty Whelan's on. And I see Laois have moved Aoife Highland over onto Orla Redmond, the last change.
So Nora Higgins
is beginning to do a bit of damage.
Puts Wexford in front at 13-12. And she is now 2 points up in her scoring battle with Amy Collier. Ball over to the far side. Trying to get Grania Delaney on this ball. Getting away from centre-back Amy Cal. Did that very, very well, you have to say. Took it into play. Tried to get to Amy Collier. Collier being tracked now at the minute by Marie-Claire Morrissey. And the referee says there was a challenge there. Should be Collier's to level the game up here. And... as you were rightly saying, Laois quick ball, and they are causing Wexford problems, and they do seem to foul every time that quick ball goes in there.
Yes, this game is ebbing and flowing. It feels hard to call who'll win this, Killian.
As Collier has a strike at the post, the umpire gives the nod. It's over the bar
again.
Yeah,
8 minutes to go.
8 minutes to go. 8 points for Amy Collier. It's 13 for Laois, 13 for Wexford. Nora Higgins is on 9 points, so she has surpassed what she got the last day against Kilkenny. Ball breaks. Laois have turned it over. Trying to get on the ball here is Hassett. Hassett looking to play the ball forward. Bit of space for Laois now. Collier, two around her. Lost the control of the ball, and you'd have to credit the number 27 there for Wexford, Letty Whelan. They got a lovely touch on that ball to knock it over Amy Collier's grasp. Ball turned over then. Muireann Fitzpatrick blocked down though by the attentions there of Coss, and also in there trying to disrupt things, Jade Bergen. Down into the corner it goes now. Laois got to be careful with Scully, trying to get in behind. Here's Higgins trying to get on this ball. Jinx left, then right. Shorten the grip. Has this put Wexford back in front? It has. Nora Higgins, what a score.
Brilliant score, Killian. Absolutely brilliant score. Out in front, turn onto her right side over the black spot. Fantastic score by Nora Higgins.
I think she scored nearly every variation of a point you could probably score from out there, Brian. Every angle, any kind of short, long grip, everything. She's put it over the bar here.
Yeah, in the first half she was from freeze, but since she's gone to full forward,
absolutely
she's really thundered into the game from play.
Yeah, here's Delaney now looking to come on to this ball. 14-13, Delaney short the grip on the left, dropping it in. What a score! Grania Delaney.
Brilliant score.
Just when it looked like Laois maybe have coughed up the position and Wexford had the numbers, she made something of that, win and won a dirty ball and turned it into a fine score for herself.
She answered Nora Higgins. The two great scores either for both teams.
And this is an intermediate level, some fine score taken, Brian.
Absolutely brilliant score taken.
Wexford now looking to come hunting again, but Scully is there to lovely bit of play, popped up to herself down along the wing now. Laois coming hunting to try and get ahead. 14-14, this is an absolutely cracking encounter. Leinster Intermediate Championship final. Ball breaks away, Fitzpatrick trying to get in there, and also Morrissey. Ball still with Laois though, then it was Wexford back with Hassett. Hassett has an opportunity to dig it out, take it away from her. Gavin allowing the play to continue here. The referee Gavin Donegan eventually decides he's going to throw it in. Too much of a scrum foreman, but what an encounter here, and it still could go anyway. 6 minutes to go. Leinster Intermediate Camogie Championship final. Laois 14, Wexford 14. Are we heading to extra time? Are we heading to penalties? Well, or 45s, I should say.
The way things have been going the last few weeks with the minors, between Dublin and Wexford. It was a replay, but we finish here today.
Yeah. And that's Costa digs that ball out, giving it to Finlay. Finlay stepping around the house a little bit. Back inside the Laois goal. Shortening the grip is Costa going to drop it in, but it's out to the left and wide. We haven't had too many wides, Brian, this game. Some of the score taken has been brilliant.
Yes, absolutely. Really, it's anybody's who wants it now.
Yeah, whoever steps up, come with the hour, come with the woman here as this ball breaks. Hassan now using trying to get her body in there to disrupt it, and she gets that ball somehow to Eva Cost. Cost driving onto it, 3 around her, went to bat it in. Ball is inside. It's going to be the keeper that comes out, but the referee said there was a foul committed. And again, you'd have to say
no need.
That there was no need for that. With 2 Wexford players around the 1 Laois player, they just had to shepherd her a little bit better.
Yeah, you know, it's really poor defending that. There was absolutely no need. Sometimes you have to, but definitely no need for that. And it's a chance for Amy Collier now to put Laois back in front. We go into the last 5 minutes.
Chance for Collier then. 56 minutes have elapsed as she sends this towards the post, up and over the bar. Amy Collier. Another free for her. That is 9 for her on my count there. And it's 10 for Nora Higgins. They're the ones that are keeping Laois and Wexford ticking along here. But it hasn't just all been about the place ball as well. There's been some fine play. And here's Scully trying to get out in front of her player, knocking it in the direction of Finlay here. Ball is tight to that line. They're digging it out. Laois leading now, 15-14. It has ebbed either way in the last few minutes. Gone. Someone has got 2 points up. Wexford haven't got 2 points up. Laois have. Here's Collier to put Laois back in front by 2 with time nearly up, but it's gone to the left and wide. That might have been a stake in the heart.
It might have been, and it would have been the score of the game. Brilliant play from Scully, a corner back, linking up, pop. And unfortunately, it was wide. From
I hope you're enjoying the fair. If you're missing this game and you watch it later on, you should have been here or should have been watching it live, because it's a cracking encounter now between these 2 teams. Kelly and Dempsey trying to get that ball, but in there to put some pressure on Emer Hassett, and she's been a standout player for Laois here since they got into this game, hasn't she?
Absolutely. Laois just stand out forward. Second half, Nora Higgins probably for Wexford is probably the equivalent on the other side of the field, but she's out in front every time. Our brilliant touch.
We'll be thinking about players in the match in a minute, Brian. It's still, I never like calling them too early, especially when they're quite tight, because it could change the whole matter here. Ball is across. Here's Delaney now. Opportunity settling on this. Shortening the grip. Has a fire in it. Ball is batted away. Keeper's got to be careful now. Hassett is trying to get in there. Also trying to get in on top of that there was Lucy O'Connor. Ball breaks out. Wexford with a chance now to get level. Of course, we know how dramatic it was with Dublin and themselves in the Minor A Shield final. Looking to come forward now. Sive Buttle driving forward and stepping outside. Did that very well. Shorten it lovely. Higgins is on the ball. Time to spin around. Have a shot off at the post. Dropping it in and over the bar for Wexford. Nora Higgins. If Wexford wins, she is the lady in form. I don't think you'll have any problem picking a player of the match then, because she has dictated the action. Whether she's been on the 40 or on the edge of the square, Brian, she's had a fine overall performance.
Absolutely. She's been outstanding for Wexford, but Grania Delaney really had the chance on the other side to put 2 in it for Laois. I thought she should have put it over the bar, dropped it into the goalkeeper, and it comes down the other end of the field.
Here we go now. Morrissey, Collier breathing on her back. Lovely take from Collier. The referee said it was a nudge. Wexford will be happy with that one. I thought that was a good bit of play by Amy Collier, and she lost her hurl in the meantime. But he reckoned that she had pushed in the back, and it's a chance for a clearance here from Wexford. So are we going to have a winner here? 58 minutes gone. Ball by Claudia Fitzhenry, down into the ruck a little bit, bet away by the Laois players there, including Alice Walsh, over towards the number 27, and that's Letty Whelan. Letty looking to get control of it. Ball hit the deck. There's a player on the ground for Wexford, but they're driving on here with Fortune, looking to offload it into the corner. Looked like a pull of the Wexford corner forwards hurl there, and it's on the ground. She gets it. Would you believe it? Was able to bend down and pick it up and get off the pass. Dangerous ball in now. Lowry's got to be careful. Out she comes to it, takes away that ball, and like her namesake, who's famed with, of course, a pitch wedge in his hand. Nice ball by Lowry out to the line here, and that ball should be a Laois ball here, as Pat Collier and Robert Jones say fair play to Eva Costa and the work there she put on to pressure the Wexford player to put it out over the line. 15-15, 1 minute of normal time remaining. Still Gavin Donegan, I think he said gesticulated 5, has he? Or is he telling Kieran Groom to just wait a second until he maybe has a look at the watches here? Ball breaks from a Laois point of view. Then it's back to Wexford, then back to Laois. Thought about touching it on the ground, Amy Collier, but it's been dug out there by Lucy Conroy. Conroy's had a big game since she came in as well, trying to get a touch off of that ball. Someone needs to get in there and just win possession. Wexford are all over with Mirren Fitzpatrick. Players on the ground, trying to dig it out here as well as their number 18, Leah Furlong. Furlong though leaves it. Lee's trying to get in there and win it. Ball is still there for either a purple and gold or a blue and white. Trying to dig it out and win it again there. I have to say, a great play from her. Knocked out over the line. Lucy Conroy was massive in that bit of play there.
Absolutely, great work from Lucy in midfield, and she's drawn the foul. And
there's still loads of time, I reckon. He's probably going to.
We have no indication.
No indication yet, but I think Kieran Groom is going to the board here. We'll know in literally 10 seconds. I think I see 5 coming on this, do I? Yeah, 5 minutes, and we're now in it. So 5 minutes left here. Who is going to take the Leinster title in an absolutely cracking provincial final? Who's going to take home the cup that Kilkenny had last year? Ball is knocked into the corner. Lovely bit of play there, you have to say, by Leah Daly. Shepherding away Sal Doyle. Sal got back in now at full forward. Daly trying to pop the pass out. Dangerous passing. Taking it in with Alice Walsh. Lovely ball into the middle, but left it behind her there a little bit. Cornerback Aoife Hyland. Ball is on the ground. Referee allowing the play to continue. Who's in there again trying to win it? Conroy. All over Higgins at the minute. Referee sees nothing wrong with that. Scrum going to form. He's going to throw the ball in. And they are rightly fighting for it there. And you have to credit Nora Higgins again. Somehow got in there to get the body over that ball.
Yeah, she's literally been everywhere the second half for Wexford and has been at the heart of everything. But this is so hard to call, Killian.
Absolutely.
This looks like extra time to me.
Yeah, it has.
I think definitely if there's a score, even though we've another 2 or 3 minutes, I think the next score wins.
Sal Doyle going to be replaced then. 62 minutes, and it looks like number 20 is coming in, Emer Hunt of Horswood in for Sal Doyle. So Sal has run herself into the ground, whether it was a full forward or when she eventually was out then around the middle. Ball is thrown in. Looked like a push on the Laois player there. They're surrounding the ball at the minute, and it's Buttle that's won that ball though, coming out of the traffic, shortening the grip, but it's taken away there by Conroy again. She's been everywhere in the last few minutes for Laois, trying to drive forward with it here now. Lovely bit of play, you'd have to say, by Ava Coss. Another foreign player for Laois. Is she thinking about the big one? It's dropping it in. Who's going to follow it? Conroy is watching it, so is the keeper, but it's going to go out to the left and wide. And I have to say, I think the ball was Delaney on the far side.
Exactly. It was just too far out. It wasn't a shot, it wasn't a pass. She really should have let it in.
15 points a piece it is, 32, 3 minutes remaining, and here it goes, she goes again. The second bite of the cherry for Ava Coss, dropping the ball in. Wexford player though holds on to it well and drives it out here to Morrissey. Morrissey going to left fly with it, looking for the foreign player Higgins, batted away from her though by Scully. Higgins gets loose though, she's trying to step inside the player, then offloads the pass here. Wexford coming charging forward now, have the numbers, it's a bit of a miss hit and it's going to hit to the end line, and nerves now is playing a part here as well.
Yeah, bad wide from Ciara Butler. Bad wide.
Just needed a bit of composure, but you'd imagine with 2.5 minutes or thereabouts left, we'll have to let them off with, as you said, a little bit of match nerve, little need of complacency. No complacency, I'd say, imagine setting in, but it might be a little bit of the lactic acid now. But Higgins has shown no let up in her mercy to win this Leinster Intermediate title. Ball driven forward, Laois player contested for that. Aoife Hyland was very, very lucky not to give away a free, I think, on Buttle. Higgins now dropping this ball in. It's Lowry, got to be behind it. Ball is over the bar from Nora Higgins. What a game she has had here. Wexford hit the front.
A score to win any game if it is to be.
12 points she has hit here, and she has 5 from play, and some of her scores from play have absolutely been phenomenal. She's going to be the player of the match, I think, if Wexford win, no question about it. Ball is over here, trying to find a bit of movement here out of the number 18 Leah Furlong coming in now, or Wexford going for the juggler. Laois have cut it out by Daly. Laois now need to come again. They went up that mountain, they have to come a little bit up the hill this time. They've got to get the leveller with time now heading with 1 minute and 20 seconds. Crowd getting on their back here, players on their back as well. Delaney digs it out, then it's taken from her by the player that's really turned things. Ava Coss going for the leveller, dropping this ball in high. The keeper though is out, she's lost it, dropped. trying to get in there and win this ball back. Hassett, Wexford have got to be very, very careful. We saw a mistake in the league final that cost them ultimately with their senior team. Ball is taken away now and eventually they clear it here with Fitzhenry. Out to the middle it goes. Cracking encounter this is. Furlong furthers it on. 16-15, 50 seconds remaining, and it's Tynan that drives out for Laois, and she's still driving. Ball into the middle now. Collier, it's gone over her head. Fitzhenry has it. Looking to be robbed of the ball. Referee allowing the play to continue. Laois said we're looking for a free there. Nothing crewing. Finlay gets a touch on it. Trying to drive forward. Laois on it again. One last chance. Coming on to it now, Conroy. 16-15. Ball is down into the corner. Player of the match you would feel for Laois. This lady, Hassett, driven by 3 Wexford players around her. She still has the ball. Surely trying to get forward. Referee allowing the play to continue. No foul there. Laois have turned the ball over. No, it's gone the other way. I think harsh on Laois there.
I think very, very harsh. I don't think that was a foul, Killian, in a million years, to be honest with you.
And that could be the chance gone a begging. 35 minutes gone. The 5 minutes of injury time are up. Fitzhenry, I'm sure, is told to get this long and high and handsome. Gavin Donegan, will he allow the play to continue? Ball breaks. Laois trying to get over. Wexford have the hand on the title at the minute, but Laois are looking to drive out. This has been a cracking Leinster Intermediate Camogie Championship final. He's allowing an advantage. Gavin Donegan is going to give Laois one last chance, you would feel. Got to be quick with the free. No tying laces. No nothing. Got to be in place. Got to get this ball moving. Nora Higgins using some of the experience, telling the players to stand in the way of the Laois player there. They're disrupting the free, going to be taken. I'd imagine Gavin Donegan is going to bring it forward.
He has.
Tynan is going to, where's she going to go? Look for Delaney on the far side. Wexford asking numbers. Alan Buddy Brennan asking him to drop back now. Last chance you would feel for Laois to get the leveller. Tynan though, not a great ball. Looks like it's done and dusted. Wexford stepping out with it, and they have. Wexford are the Leinster Intermediate Camogie champions. Laois gave it absolutely everything. Came fighting back when it looked like it was going from them. But you'd have to credit Wexford. The last 10 minutes, Brian, they took just a little bit of ownership of it.
They did, Killian, just as you said yourself, the last 10 minutes. But what a game, especially second half. It ebbed and flowed. At the start, I thought Laois could be beat by half time. They went in, there's the point down, and then at different stages of the second half they were 2 points up, and really that was anybody's game. But I think both teams and management, obviously Wexford get the cup, but with the All-Ireland series starting next week, you couldn't have a better game for either team. You definitely know where your team is for championship on Wexford and Laois after that. A great performance from both sides.
Well, Laois are now putting their hand up a little bit, Brian, that, you know, as I said, the last couple of years hasn't gone well with Camogie and Laois. They seem to have got their ship in order, the house is in order, players are playing, they're playing some fine brand of Camogie. A little bit unlucky to hear there could be a bit of a dark horse now in their championship.
Absolutely, I think too. In the group, in the group they're in, I think personally might be a little bit weaker than the other group. Obviously today they've lost the final again, but 2 great performances against Armagh, the league, and here today. They could have easily won as they lost, and I think they should take great heart going forward. It's going the right direction. That's
going in the right direction under Pat Collier and Robert Jones. Harsh on them indeed. They've lost out in the league final and also in the Leinster final here by a point. Thought they had a win against Armagh and it was taken from them, and I don't think they thought they had a win here today, but they did have a chance maybe to go 2 up. Wexford got down the field, got level with Nora Higgins, and I think there's no question about it from our point of view. I don't know whether we're involved in picking the player of the match here, Brian, but I think you can't look beyond Nora Higgins.
I think it's fairly obvious to ourselves and anybody looking in. Nora Higgins, outstanding performance.
12 points, 5 from play, and some of the runs from play were absolutely phenomenal.
If that doesn't win you man or player of the match, I don't know what does.
Right, well, 12 of the 16 that Wexford got, I think she's going to be our player of the match anyway. We've got to get across the microphones over for the presentation and everything. Thanks to Brian for the minute. He will be back with us on the senior commentary, which follows at 4 o'clock. Hopefully we have as cracking it. That was absolutely top quality. Hard luck to Laois. Credit Wexford though. They've had a rough couple of weeks and maybe things haven't gone their way, but they've worked out here today to bring home the Leinster Intermediate Championship title, winning here by 16 points to 15. We'll head over now to the presentation area.
McQuirgy, Foilshire Rove, Quig, Glenisk, Park, O'Concourt, Inúd, on Cléthe Canish, Line, Idir Mannock, Idir Loch Gorman, August on Leash. Cogordigus and Gaw Erin, on Cléthe Anna Uantach on Shot in you. On behalf of Leinster Council, I want to welcome everybody here to Glenisk O'Connor Park in Tullamore for the first of our double header of our Leinster Championship finals, our intermediate final between Wexford and Laois. I want to compliment both teams on an outstanding game of camogie played there this afternoon, and I think all of our supporters should give both teams a huge round of applause for what was an unbelievable spectacle. I want to sincerely thank John Hackett, the operations manager here in Offaly GAA, and to Michael Duignan and all of the stewards in Glenisk O'Connor Park for facilitating the double header here this afternoon. I think you will all agree that O'Connor Park here is an unbelievable stadium, and we strive as much as possible to get the best facilities for our players, and that is certainly the case here today. The pitch is immaculate, so thank you so much to John and all of his team here in Offaly GAA. I want to welcome our distinguished guests as well. First of all, to Brian Malloy, the Uachtarán of Uncommon Camogie, to his first Leinster finals here, so we're very pleased to have him. Also to our former President, or Stewart, and former Leinster Council chairs as well, so you're all very welcome. To our referee, Gavin Donegan, and his team of officials, I always say it, we're indebted to our match referees and all of our officials. We can't have games without them. And to Gavin and his team of officials, thank you so much for the work that you do, not only today, but throughout the championship. We are indebted to you, and thank you for obeying and respecting our officials as well. It's very much appreciated. So a big bowl of boss for all of our officials. To my own team in the background, the Leinster Council officers, Johnny and Ciara is out on the pitch. Sheila and Anne is down scanning tickets at the moment as well. We may be small, but we certainly are mighty, and we get a lot done. So I am deeply indebted to each and every one of those for the help and the support that they have given throughout the year. So thank you so much, guys, and to Sheila and Anne. I hope you can hear me down there as well. So to all the Leinster executive, thank you. To the Laois girls, what can I say? Commiserations. It's not easy, and when you look at the scoreboard and see there's only a point in it, you gave it absolutely everything there this afternoon. You can be so proud of your efforts from where you've come in the last number of years. You're doing great work from grassroots level all the way up, and I congratulate you. It's great to get to the final, and I wish you the very best of luck going forward in your All-Ireland series as well. And I know if you knuckle down and keep playing the way that ye are, ye will be getting silverware one of these days as well. But a big bowl of boss for Laois. Before we do anything else, it gives me great pleasure to do the first award, and that goes to the player of the match. And I'm actually going to call on our Uachtarán, Brian, to actually make the presentation for me. And he doesn't have to go very far, because the 2024 player of the game goes to Wexford's number 11, Nora Higgins. Go on, I'll take it back off you for the minute. That's the personal accolades done. Anish, mar anna áthas ormsa, mar cahirla cuaige line, avrona on current show, don captain, Loch Gorman, Nora Higgins.
Jesus, I think I've dreamed of this for 6 years, I'd say, and finally we get to hold a cup. I just want to say it's an absolute honour to be up here to accept this cup on behalf of the group of girls down there. The work they put in is unbelievable. They should be so proud of themselves, because I am so fucking proud of themselves today. They absolutely worked like dogs, and the scoreboard had showed it. They never gave up. Well done, girls. The men behind the madness, Jim and Philip, they're olden but golden trainers. They know what they're talking about, and they have a field of hurling knowledge, and gladly we can take it off them. Eamon, he couldn't make it today, but I don't know if we want to say thank you to him. He only runs his legs off us anyway. He gives us the use of his amazing gym, and it makes us some bit stronger anyway. Adam keeps us in injury free, I'd say. So Adam, thanks very much. And I suppose our main man, Boy, you do absolutely anything for us. I don't know how many jobs you work. You have a wedding at least once a month, and you deal with 30 odd girls, so you're doing fairly all right. To our Wexford supporters, thanks very much for coming out. The sport is so much appreciated. It's a big help even playing on the field, listening to you shouting and roaring. It does help. To our Wexford County Board, Karina, Martina and Mary O'Reilly, they put in so much work behind the scenes that nobody even notices about, but they got Wexford where it is today. Thanks to Tullamore for the use of their pitch, the refs, linesmen, umpire. It was a hard match, I'd say, to referee. And finally to Laois, it's never nice being coming out on the bottom, but girls, you never gave up on anything, and the scoreboard will show that. So you did yourselves and your county proud. Well done. So 3 cheers for Laois. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. Hooray. We'll go enjoy this cup now.
Alan Brennan is the victorious Wexford manager. Alan, that was a cracking game. Your heart must have been in your mouth on the line, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no, look, it wasn't easy there for 60 minutes in fairness, and look, they didn't make it easy for themselves, and look, it was a cracking game from start to finish, and look, fair play at Laois, they never gave up on anything, and look, we're just happy that we came out on top in the end, thank God.
Laois put it up obviously in the first few minutes, and then you got into a flow, and at 6 points to 2 you looked to be in control, and we were probably saying on commentary that Laois were in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, we got 6 points to up. We probably missed a free or two then. We could have went 1 or 2 more ahead, and whatever about just Laois, we lost the flow of the game, and Laois brought themselves back into it, and fair play, and look, we had to dig deep then, but we probably could have been more ahead at half time than we. That's why we said to the girls at half time we should be more ahead, and they knew in their hearts that they should be themselves, so look, thankfully it worked out in the end anyway.
Worked out ultimately in the end, but you made a switch at half time that ultimately I think turned it. It may not have, as you said, been in full flow because it was tit for tat on the way, but ultimately when Nora Higgins, wins the player of the match, she did so much right for you out there, Alan, that ultimately dragged you kicking and screaming maybe over the line a little bit.
Oh, definitely. Look, every day we went out, Nora's been top scorer for us every day. Like the last Kildare, Kilkenny today, top scorer every day. Look, she's an awesome player. In fairness, Nora could be starting the senior team, but injuries just that's what curtailed her. But look, today there you wouldn't think she had any injuries carrying her, but she'd looking fair play to her. She went from start to finish.
Yeah, went from start. I think of one score, and I said in the commentary, she turned like it was in the telephone box. Like, you know, there was just, she shortened the grip, everything. I think she nearly scored every type of score you could have got out there today.
Yeah, no, she did everything bar a goal, I think.
Yeah.
But no, she's just able to get turned them type of places, get down over a ruck, come out of a ruck. I don't know how she does it, but look, fair play to her. She's just was a hell of a player, and we're very glad to have her. I can tell you that.
What does this title mean for you? It's a shot in the arm now, heading in obviously to the All-Ireland series. Is that what you're going to take, and lots of positives out of it?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a boost for us going into the All-Ireland series. Look, we went down to Cork and Kilkenny in the league. We beat them away, and then we couldn't win a game at home, and there are 3 games we threw away. And look, we said when we were taking Leinster one step at a time, we had Kildare first, so we didn't take them for granted at all. We went out and they put up to us, and then look, we said one day we'll bring on Kilkenny last week, and then look, today's the cherry on top. So look, it's a great boost going into the All-Ireland series.
It must be for you as management though, because as you said, the 3 matches you've played, 1-score games, as ultimately all 3 have been.
Yeah.
So that will obviously set you up well now as you continue to step on, because the girls obviously in tight battles have come out on top.
Yeah, no, we've managed to come out in tight battles all year, so look, we're great for that, and our defence stands up tall, in fairness to them, and they're very good that way. And the same, like, we can move anyone in defence, and their subs there can come on and they can take any of their players. Looking, we're grateful for that.
And that definitely showed, because you weren't afraid to empty the bench, Alan, as you were going for broke a little bit, but you know, a lot of them stepped up as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like Leah Furlong, for instance, came on there wing back for Grace Roach, and Grace Roach has been absolutely flying for us. But look, today just won her day, but Leah came on, and I don't think she lost the ball when she came on. And like forwards, Leahy, Saive, Emer came on, any of them, like Ciara Butler, all great players, all putting their hands up start. Like that's the way we are in training. The girls are just going for broke. Just 30 could start there on the game, in fairness to them.
Well, 30 could start, but this is the lady that we're going to give a word to. Well done to you, Alan. Congratulations and fair play. You'll enjoy this. Nora Higgins is going to join me here. Good timing, and thanks, Brian. Nora, congratulations to you. Player of the match, captain of this team. Fantastic performance overall, and you know, you had a major part to play in that.
Oh, sure, I'm just so delighted. The girls just played so hard, and it's such an honour to be captain of this team. They're the best bunch of girls ever. They work hard and they never give up, and I'm so proud to captain them today. A
lot of positivity. I was just saying to Alan, like, you know, in the last few matches in the Leinster series, you know, it's been 1-score games, and that obviously will set you up well going into the All-Ireland series, that you've been in battles but you've come out on the right side of them.
Yeah, and hopefully it stays that way. I mean, there was so much left in the girls. You know, we said at half time when we came in, we regrouped. There was so much more in us, and we fought hard till the very end, and I just couldn't be prouder of the girls today.
Nora, when Alan probably comes to you at half time in the dressing room, there's a bit of a position switch to be made. You didn't seem to shy away from anywhere. You know, you found yourself, I said, inside and outside on occasion, and trying to trouble and break Laois as much as possible.
Well, I don't know if I like being in full forward waiting for the ball to come in. I like to go get the ball, but you play anywhere because you trust it up to the girls to get the ball into you. So I'm just so happy it worked out in the end.
Nora, you came up with 12, and this will be my last one to you. 5 of them from play. Can you pick out of one of the 5 from play that was your favourite? Because we have to say we were in awe at some of the score taking you took.
Oh God, I don't know now. It's all about just getting the ball from a good player pass and hitting over the bar. I'm just so happy. So happy they all went over the bar. I don't know if it was a potluck or what it was, but I'm so happy now at the end of the day.
So an All-Ireland series to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. Can't wait for June now. Bring it on.
We wish you the best of luck. Congratulations to you, Nora Higgins, our player of the match, and obviously the official player of the match here as well, and obviously captaining this Wexford team. So there you have it, a cracking performance here in Glenisco O'Connor Park. Wexford are the Leinster Intermediate Camogie champions. They've defeated Laois here by 16 points to 15. Both teams though in good fettle as they head in to the All-Ireland series. We're going to take a break for the moment. The senior final underway between Laois, or I should say Kilkenny and Dublin. Kilkenny just about to come out onto the field. Do stick with us. That's a cracking encounter, we hope, on the way. And a very good afternoon to you, and you're welcome back here to Glenisk O'Connor Park in Tullamore for our second part of our double header of the Leinster Camogie Championship Finals. This is the senior encounter between Dublin and Kilkenny. Kilkenny, of course, name, as we can see on those badges, if you can, all across the front of that cup. There's been no one else except Wexford on it, and it has to go back to 2016 since that name appeared on it. So will we have a new name on it? Well, Dublin are coming here today probably feeling they're in as good a fettle as any year they've taken on Kilkenny in recent times. But that game, as we said, throws in at 4 o'clock, so do stick with us. In case you missed the other game, the intermediate decider, a cracking game it was, went all the way to the end, and Wexford came out on top by a point against Laois, 16 points to 15. Anyway, good afternoon to you. My name is Killian Whelan, and I've been joined on co-coms here today by Brian Brophy. And Brian, it's a fine trophy. I'm sure Dublin would love to get their hands on it.
They would. It's been a very long time since they got their hands on it. Came so close last year, only for a Julianne Malone goal, which swung it in the end towards Kilkenny. But Dublin are coming in here obviously after winning 1B, Minors after winning the Minor Shield. They're on the up, and yes, why not now, I suppose, from a Dublin point of view.
And the reason I probably give Dublin a great chance in this game is that obviously, you know, there's been a change of management in Kilkenny. There's been a little bit of a change in the guard, in the team and everything as well. They'll probably prove me wrong here now in the next hour or thereabouts anyway. But Dublin, I just feel their trajectory might be a little bit ahead of Kilkenny's this year, let's say.
Yes, you would say that, judging on the leagues. Obviously Dublin won 1B, Kilkenny I think won 2 games in 1A. They've a new manager, but again I'm sure Chap Clear will be eager to get his hands on first silverware for him as a manager. Look, you don't replace the likes of Denise Gall, Keneally's gone, Claire Phelan's retired, so you know big names are missing from Kilkenny, but there is young girls coming through, and the same at Dublin. It has the makings of being an absolutely great game, I think.
Now we're also talking about, of course, a lady that had to step out of the game last year because of a cruciate injury. She comes back in, and Miriam Walsh scores 3 points the last day. You know, on her day, you know, she's been Player of the Year, of course, in the senior championship in 2 years ago. Yeah. You know, she can be a star player for Kilkenny, and great to see her back.
Well, obviously the 2 Walshes from Tullerone have been missing for Kilkenny during the league, and now they're both back. So you've got Grace at one end of the field, and you've Miriam at the other end of the field, and I think it's fair to say, you know, they get on any team in the country. So they're back, so Kilkenny are obviously stronger than they have been during the league, and with Championship only a week away, I think it's a great game for both teams to really see where they are. A new manager in Kilkenny, second year Dublin management on an upwards trajectory and wanting to keep going upwards.
Well, we'll wait and see how the game plays out. If it's anything like the intermediate game, Brian, we could be in for a cracking evening here, and it could be going right to the wire here, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If it's anything like the first game, especially the second half, some brilliant scores, and we'll be well treated. It'll be a great game.
Great game. Well, hopefully we're just going to confirm the team announcement there, because I do hear in the background that there might be 1 or 2 personnel changes on the team, so we'll bring those to you shortly. But my thanks to Brian. For the moment, we're going to head back up to our commentary position. This is the trophy that either Kilkenny or Dublin will have in their hands in about an hour and a half time. Stick with us. Right, you're welcome back to our coverage here in Glenisco O'Connor Park. The band playing, and I would imagine now we're on the Veen, not far away, two teams in together. So let's quickly go through the teams, because there have been changes, the similar changes to what happened the last day for Kilkenny. The 3 changes that they made that day, and there's 2 for Dublin. So Amy Gorman of Lucan Sarsfield will be goal for Dublin, Abby Ryan of Crumlin, Emma Burnett, Good Counsel, Iffy Gales, Zoe Couch of St. Oliver, Punkato and Rua. It's Claire Gannon, St. Jude's, Ashley Marr, St. Vincent's, and Kerry Finnegan of Falk Celtic. At centre field then it's Niamh Gannon, St. Jude's, and Gabby Couch of St. Oliver, Punkato and Rua. Aoife McKerney of Lucan Sarsfield, Sinead Nolan of St. Jude's, and coming in wearing number 17 for Aisling Gannon is number 17 Anya Rafter, Ballyboden, St. Enda's. Full forward line then is Aisling O'Neill, Castleknock. Coming in wearing number 18 is Elise Jemison Murphy of Nafina. She replaces Emma Flanagan of Lucan Sarsfields, and in the corner it's Grace O'Shea of Ballantyre St. John's. For Kilkenny then, as they get ready to meet Martin Quilty and also give the handshake, it's Kilkenny. Aoife Norris of Piltown will be in goal, Michelle Tina, James Stevens, Grace Walsh of Tullerone, and coming in for Katie Byrne-Dixborough is Tiffany Fitzgerald. She'll be wearing number 33. It's Ciara Phelan then coming in wearing number 17 for Laura Norris of Piltown. Niamh Deely will wear 6, and it's Miriam Bambrick of Barrow Rangers at 7. At centre fields the 2 Lauras, Murphy of O'Loughlin Gales and Green of O'Loughlin Gales. And also then in the full forward lines 2 Piltowns, of course, Aoife Doyle and Katie Power, joined by Sarah Barco of Thomastown. Then it is Cuiva Kerr Murta of the Rower Inishtig. She will be in the right corner forward position. In the left corner forward position, Aoife Prendergast at Dixborough, of course, the captain, got 10 points the last day in the game against Wexford. And in the centre will be Miriam Walsh, of course, got 3 points the last day. She comes in for Katie Nolan. So the same changes that they had in the Leinster semi-final. Your match official today is Justin Heffernan of Wexford. He will be joined by standby referee John Dermody. Shane Foley is on the line, and Kieran Groom is the 4th official, as he was in the intermediate game, which of course was a cracking encounter that saw Wexford come out on top by 16 points to 15. Of course, we have a Dublin team here who won Division 1B league title to beat Wexford by 2-10 to 2-8 in a cracking game down in the SETU complex in Carlow. They come in on the back of heavy win against Meath, and they defeated Offaly. Bit of a closer encounter down in St Brendan's Park in Burr the last day by 3-11 to 1-13. Whereas Kilkenny, second bottom in Division 1A, won 2 matches, of course, finished on 6 points. It was a very tight from 1 to 4, 1 to 5 I should say, in that group, but they have I suppose brought back the 2 Walshes, the cousins Grace and Miriam are 2 that back. The Fitzgeralds are back in a harness as well, along with Julianne Malone, and they turned in a fine performance against Westmeath, and then had a tight enough game with Wexford and went right into the melting pot at 114 to 111 the last day out. So we're hoping for a close encounter here between these two. Of course, Dublin, as we remember, Brian, last year, it went right down to the wire in Portlaoise, and Dublin probably were considered a little bit unlucky that they didn't take the scalp that day.
They were very, very unlucky that day. Like we said earlier, Julianne Malone goal near the end was the difference. Kilkenny probably just, I wouldn't say kind of robbed it, but they definitely just nipped it right at the very end. So we'll see, from Dublin's point of view, it's can they go one better today, or can they beat Kilkenny? I think this must be the pairing for about the last 3 finals, and they've yet to get over them. So Brian, you know the setup, you know the Dublin setup, you obviously know a lot about Kilkenny, having coached in the Kilkenny club scene. Am I making too much of that league win for Dublin? Would Kilkenny love to probably put Dublin back in their box a little bit here today? Well, I think from Kilkenny's point of view, I mean, a new manager, and it'd be the first silverware for any new manager wants to get that under his belt, and obviously we want to see his team, how it's fixed going into the All-Ireland series. It's 1A, it's 1B. Dublin are now up in 1A, so we've got two 1A teams, and the good thing too, they're 2 Leinster teams we now have in 1A next year. And I think it's a great game for both teams. I think both managements, and we'll learn a hell of a lot out of today.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, as we said, how it all breaks down for Jerry McQuaid and Bill McCormack there as for the management, and then Peter Chapclear is putting their stamps on the team and creating a different ethic around things.
Exactly, and I mean for Dublin, you have somebody like Ash Maher who has an All-Star but doesn't have a Leinster medal. a great servant. And, I think it would mean so much to the Dublin girls to be able to put a Leinster medal in their pocket. I don't know how many Grace Walsh has or Miriam Walsh have, so I just think it would mean an awful lot to Dublin. But also for Kilkenny, again, the likes of Sarah Barco, Murta Kerr. I mean, they're only young girls trying to establish themselves on a team in Kilkenny. It's not easy following the footsteps of somebody like Denise Gall, and they're trying to make their mark, and they'll want to win, for themselves, and be the first Leinster medal for them.
Well, I know Denise, I don't know if she's tuned in. She's down under at the minute. She might be, although it will be the early hours of the morning in Sydney. I saw her, I think, on social media out pucking a ball around during the week, getting ready for, obviously, the club scene down there. And we wish her the best of luck with that. And we'd only love to see her here in Glenisco O'Connor Park. But so it is, but I'm sure she'll be keeping an eye on the action here and how it does play out as the teams have been led around here. So, I said, crowd has thinned out a little bit since the first game, and we'll be hoping there's a number of people watching this encounter, because I said the intermediate final was a cracker going all the way to the last couple of minutes. But we're getting ready now as the two teams are in their respective huddles. And we're going to pause here for Áran Naveen, and we'll be getting underway a little bit after time, but getting ready for this encounter between Dublin and Kilkenny. So Áran Naveen here then at Glenisco O'Connor Park as we get ready for this Leinster final. And I know a lot of activity All-Ireland level. Isn't there under 16? I think there's Blitz on as well at All-Ireland level. Is it one of the underage teams? So I'd imagine some of them would have been here if it wasn't in a clash. But so many few dates, Brian, it's hard to marry it all.
I think obviously Kilkenny and Dublin senior hurling at Parnell Park, I think, would have taken a big crowd away from here today.
That's true too.
Both supporters been on at 6 o'clock. You just wouldn't make this.
Wouldn't make both, yeah. And that doesn't help. And maybe in the future, maybe it could have been visited and looked at in some way. But anyway,
yeah, have a look at the dates. Yeah, but
anyway, ball is in, the game is on, and as you said, you might see an unusual number. Tiffy Fitzgerald wearing 33. It's on, but it's straight away. It's Aoife Doyle, head hammered to the metal there, and right to the side and wide. Great to see Aoife back at full fettle as well. Of course, the Doyle's been so unlucky in recent years with ACL injuries. So 20 seconds gone. That was the first attempt there, and Aoife Doyle dropping it out to the right and wide. There's a ball in the direction down there, and Dublin, Abby Ryan, it comes off her hurl, and it's gone out over the line. Looking at Bill McCormick and Jerry McQuaid down here having a look at things. Of course, Jerry likes to take the Merferna bib as the sideline cut comes in for Kilkenny. Miriam Walsh, we won't miss Miriam with the orange boots down there. We'll have to slag her off about that one, but on the move, and good to see her back in fine fettle and lining out here. Aoife Doyle looked like a bit of a throw, but referee Justin lets it go. Grace Walsh trying to get a touch on it there, but Dublin coming in and knocking her away from that. Kilkenny trying to keep possession of that ball, but linesman on this side, of course, Shane Foley, says that that's going to be a sideline ball for Kilkenny, and looks like it's going to be Aoife Prendergast, captain of course, Dixborough, All-Ireland club champions. What a year it was for Dixborough, winning that Leinster title of course against St Vincent's down in Carlow, and then rolling all the way and taking down the perennial club champions in Sarsfields. Didn't get a great nick on that as she tried to play a little dinky ball when maybe something else into space would have been better there, and it's gone straight out, and it's going to be a sideline cut that Dublin are going to take with their number 18 Elise Jemison-Murphy in for Emma Flanagan, but she's definitely playing in the defence, and it looks like Dublin are going to play with probably an inside line of just two, is it, Brian?
Yeah, Dublin have set up with Niamh Gannon sweeping, and it looks like Michelle Teahan is doing the opposite on the far side then for Kilkenny.
Here's Katie Power shortening the grip, dropping the ball in. It was dangerous, but it's gone out to the right and wide. Could have caught out Amy Gorman there. It was two wides for Kilkenny in the opening stages, both of them coming from their half forward line in the third minute of play here.
Good catch.
Good take over there by Aisling Maher, knocking it down the line here, trying to get a bit of movement out. Grace O'Shea, what a big league final she had, and was on our coverage that day, was player of the match. She'll be watching, I imagine, by Kilkenny, but lovely little bit of play there by Kilkenny, and Deely knocking over the far side now. Touch coming down off it, and just trying to drive into it now. Laura Green now having a shot off, is going to drop short, and Gorman, it's time to pick out a ball over on this side. Tiffany Fitzgerald give a little bit of a nudge to her direct marker. There is a bit of a battle already with herself and Aoife McCartney. It's Aoife Doyle that offloads it then to Laura Green. A shot coming in from a Loughlin Gales player is up and over the bar, and after two wides from the half forwards, the midfielders stepped forward and got the opening score of the game. And already, Brian, you're just starting to see Dublin a little bit open in that middle there.
Yeah, a little bit open, and Laura Green coming through from midfield. Starred for Kilkenny Inters last year on their run to the semi-final, and obviously stepping up the senior grade now opens her account.
Here, Aoife Doyle had a strike off with getting the distance in the opening seconds, and she's got a fine score from about 42 metres out, running towards the sideline. That's a cracking effort.
A brilliant effort, and it's great to see Aoife back after her ACL last year missing. So,
yeah, Aoife, of course,
great
and Kellyanne
score on the run.
The two Doyles would have went through recuperation, crossing over each other at various different stages, and they said good to see both of them back. And Aoife, I have to say, one of the finest forwards in the game. If hope things she can keep fine and healthy as Aisling Maher as a shot from another impossible angle. And if that was as good a Doyle, that's as good with Aisling Maher cracking a score there.
Brilliant score from Aisling Maher, absolutely brilliant. Took it up on the right hand side, turned over the bar 45 metres out.
Yeah, again heading towards the sideline over her left shoulder, and well rode there by Elise Jemison-Murphy. Pops the ball into the middle. Looked like she might have got a nudge after the ball, but the referee allowing the play to continue, forming a bit of a scrum in the middle. Dublin tried to legally hold up the attentions there of Laura Murphy, and of course an all O'Loughlin Gale and all Laura midfield for Kilkenny.
And as we saw in the first game, Killian with the free takers, you'll probably have the best free taker, I would say, without putting the hex on her. It's a long way out, but Aoife Prendergast, as for Dixborough winning the All-Ireland last year, the exhibition she gave, and I think she had 9 points the last day from frees, and here she goes, our first effort of today.
Yeah, 10 points she got, of course, in that win against Wexford, which she is absolutely deadly, and I think just has grown in real confidence with that win for Dixborough in winning the All-Ireland club title. It's tight to that left hand upright door, and she's pulled it to the left and right. Yeah, commentator's curse.
Yeah, straight away, got it out of the way.
And in the first game we had very few wides. I think they only mounted up a little bit towards the end, and Kilkenny have already had 3 in the opening 6 minutes here. 2 points to 1 it is on the board, and Dublin coming out from the corner looking for Grace O'Shea over on that side, but it's very tight to the line, and it's going to be a sideline cut. Dublin trying to find a bit of width, Kilkenny looking to come up through the middle, so that's the tactical battle at the minute. Walsh trying to get it across to Michelle Teahan, and they've let Dublin in here. Opportunity now maybe for O'Shea, 1-on-1, she's brought it all the way, going to tap it to the back of the net. Giveaway there by the Kilkenny full back line. You don't see that too often, and an opportunity for Dublin to race away there with the opportunity for Aisling O'Neill put that ball in the back of the net. Fabulous effort from her, and the Kilkenny player who was chased after is after picking up a bit of a knock there. So cracking effort from Dublin, took it, and I have to say, Brian, you know, when you get those chances, you don't let Kilkenny off with it, and you bury them, and that's what happened there.
And she did, and I mean, you know, probably the best Dublin forward, the inside forward, and one of the best young forwards in the game, and Aisling O'Neill coming in off her left hand, the back of the net. Sloppy play from Kilkenny at the back, gifted it, and she said thanks very much.
Yeah, and as you said, decided to take it, and Grace Walsh just probably overcooked the pass to Teen, although I think she probably expected Teen to be a little bit wider, and she had in fact stepped up a little bit, and well, Aisling O'Neill said thanks very much, and the Castleknock player got inside and put the ball in the back of the net. Michelle Teen is okay after getting that attention. The puck out come from Aoife Norris. So Dublin now have a 2-point lead, 7 minutes gone. The goal coming in, a fine goal from Aisling O'Neill after the attention there, and the mistake by the Kilkenny defence overturned there. Gabby Couch now, Oliver Plunkett's own rule. Ball trying to get it forward here into Grace O'Shea. O'Shea has been urged on here, shortening the grip when to play the pass, but it's well cut out there by the Kilkenny defence and playing it forward there and trying to get it on there towards Power. Power got a shout outside from Laura Green. Green runs into a bit of trouble, but she's slalomed her way out of it there and coming forward. Can't catch it again now, I don't think. Went to play the hand pass there. Justin judges that there was a foul committed on the Dublin player, and Claire Gannon happy with her play on that.
Yeah, good defensive play by Claire Gannon. Laura Murphy trying to burst through midfield, but she just overplayed it.
So 1-1 for Dublin, 2 points for Kilkenny. The last score, the goal that came from Aisling O'Neill. Ball is played in her direction now, gets a touch on it, but the ball breaks away, and it's going to be a chance for Kilkenny again to break out. But the Kilkenny defence now a bit rattled maybe. Ball is picked up by Aoife McCartney, shot from an impossible angle, maybe wasn't on. I think she could have recycled it better, and it's going to be Aoife Norris that has the chance to be able to build it out. Goal scorer trying to come towards it there, Aisling O'Neill. Ball into the middle, Tiffany Fitzgerald wearing number 33 as she would have been listed going into the programme, but she was the change in the semi-final, and she's the change here. Miriam is looking for it as well. She was a change Leinster file. She could have come off the shoulder, but unfortunately it looks like the ball has gone the other way. Miriam though is going to step inside. She's going to have a low strike, is she? Boy, I think she went for that crossbar and saw if it dipped, but it went over the bar, and Miriam Walsh full of life there if she can get on the ball.
Yeah, great play from Caoimhe Murtagh. Made the run, angle run, got the ball, fed it back to Miriam Walsh. It was looping round over the bar.
Well, credit Miriam, she kept the run and she had to loop back, because I do think Caoimhe might have taken the wrong option the first time, but she still was able to find Miriam the second time, and it was credit Miriam's play also. And here they go again now. They're going to try and link up here in the inside line. Ball breaks, 9 minutes gone, 1-1 to 3. Kilkenny might be a bit chastened by that Dublin goal with their own mistake, because other than that Kilkenny have been the ones taking the game to Dublin. It's given Dublin a bit of life, but Kilkenny, as I said, coming back at them here. Aoife Prendergast turning left and right again, and eventually it's Dublin that have turned it over. Looked like steps there with referee saying that it was a foul being committed by Kilkenny, and it's Dublin that are going to be able to relieve it here. Zoe Couch doing the needful there to be able to win that free. And at the moment now, I'd say similar tactics being played by both teams here, as this free going to be taken by
Miriam Walsh, or Grace Walsh, seems to be sweeping now for Kilkenny, where it was Michelle Teen at the start.
Yeah, so they've switched that around.
They've changed that around.
Niamh Gannon then with the puck down to the left hand side, looking for Aisling O'Neill, but it breaks off her. Going to be played inside now, well there by Aoife Doyle. Lovely run and shout again by Tiffany, linking across now. Lovely diagonal ball, Miriam Walsh, off run, that's a lovely run. Sarah Barco coming onto that crash ball up and over the bar. What a move, Brian, you'd have to say. Interlinking play, Tiffany Fitzgerald diagonal, Miriam Walsh waiting for the runner, Barco on the bounce and over the bar.
A brilliant team score, absolutely brilliant team score. And again, young player Sarah Barco trying to announce herself on a Kilkenny team. That's one way to do it. A goal last week in the semi-final against Wexford early doors, that'll settle her down.
So after a concession of the goal, they're now level. A goal and a point for Dublin, 4 points for Kilkenny, and that ball taken by Sarah Barco and giving it off to Katie Power. Bit of it taken the air by Miriam Bambrick, trying to drive onto it. Dublin player definitely fouling her, has a shot off. I think we'll be calling it back here. Justin Heffernan still has the hand in the air. It's going to be a free on the 45. There's no question about it there that Bambrick was being fouled as she had a shot at that. And imagine Aoife Prendergast is going to get an opportunity to get her first point of the game. 11 minutes gone, draw game here. And even though it is draw, it's level, we got a goal, it's still just starting to smoulder. It hasn't taken fire yet, Brian.
No, not quite yet, Killian, but I mean, in fairness, 4 points each in 11 minutes, It's a lively enough start.
Lively enough start, yeah,
Lively
okay.
enough start.
Maybe I'm being too harsh on him here as Aoife Prendergast stands over this then. The captain of this Kilkenny team, of course, having Captain Dixborough to that All-Ireland club title, and she puts that ball over the bar. No commentators curse this time. She's started her scoring after 12 minutes end of play. So it's a point for Aoife Doyle, a point for Sarah Barco, a point for Laura Green, a point for Miriam Walsh, and a point for Aoife Prendergast. That's the 5. The point for Dublin came from Aisling Marr from a lovely effort over on the far side of the stand, and the goal from Aisling O'Neill after a defensive mix-up by Kilkenny. Tiffany Fitzgerald getting on this ball, trying to find Miriam Walsh. Definitely got a push in the back there from Emma O'Byrne as that ball came in. The goalkeeper is out in Amy Gorman, coming a long way from home. Ball is blocked down, and it hit off, I think, one of her own players. Eventually, got to be an opportunity there that Niamh Gannon clears it out to the line, and that again, good play there by the Kilkenny forwards, putting, you know, a situation that could have been controlled better by Dublin.
Yeah, Caoimhe Murtagh put the pressure on and she got the block in, but lucky for Dublin, it worked out okay.
Gorman then getting the ball clear, trying to get it here towards Aoife McCartney, but it's left a bit short. It was picked up by Aoife Doyle. The shot coming in, it's a dangerous ball. She likes it all the way over the bar for Miriam Bambrick. She had a chance earlier on, it was called back for a free, but that's a fine effort and as good as what Aoife Doyle produced here.
Pops it off the shoulder. Very noticeable. Kilkenny are running off the shoulder at every opportunity.
6 points to 1-1. Elise Jemison Murphy eventually at the second time of asking gets the ball away, and it's knocked up the line here by Couch, trying to get it in the direction of Aisling Marr, but it's been taken away from her by the other player wearing 6, and that's Niamh Deely. Ball's gone in over the top, but back there to win it is Niamh Gannon. Gannon giving it back to her Emma O'Byrne. Emma across the line it goes, looking to find the number 17 that is in, of course, Aoife Rafter, and Elise Jemison Murphy started in place of Aisling Gannon and Emma Flanagan on the Dublin team. The Kilkenny team that was in the programme was the same that was in the programme for the Leinster semi-final, but of course there were 3 changes before that, and there were the same changes today. Tiffany Fitzgerald in wearing number 33, Ciara Phelan in wearing number 17, and Miriam Walsh in wearing number 24. Don't forget the All-Ireland series starting next weekend, and there'll be plenty of streaming action on that as well. And I believe the Camogie Association committing to 1 game the weekend, so keep an eye on that and the social media channels if you're a Camogie fan and you're watching here today. Ball well won, you'd have to credit there
Niamh Gannon.
Niamh Gannon, yeah, getting across Miriam Walsh there, and all of a sudden just maybe the Dublin have identified that channel maybe that Miriam Walsh might be coming into as the one to watch. It's going to be a free out for Dublin, who, as I said, now haven't really troubled things in the last couple of minutes. It's 7 minutes since they got that goal, and Kilkenny have been able to bounce back from being 1-1 to 2 down to get the last 4 points. Ball is won by Kilkenny, and they're starting to stamp their authority now in and around that half back line at the minute as Kerr comes forward again. Barco and towards Kerr. Is that ball taken away? I thought illegally she was being held there, but Dublin have got the ball away anyway. And Elise Jemison Murphy looking to step into Aoife Doyle now and charge out. She does very well holding off, but look, where's the blue jersey? And it's broken down there by Laura Green. Time to step inside the attention of Dublin's number 10, Aoife McCartney. Plays a low ball in here into the corner, and the referee is going to call it back for again the efforts there. The Kilkenny player that was held up. And Dublin, Brian, unfortunately, have just been the authors of some of their own misfortune here a little bit, I think.
Yes, they have. I mean, Kilkenny are, I think it's fair to say, are on top. I think Dublin are going to have to stop them running at them. You know, both teams playing with the spare player, but as you saw in the first game, in the intermediate game, there was a huge battle in and around the middle, where here people are able to run through. It's a complete opposite.
It's a bit like, I have to say, no, I think it's a bit like a challenge match at the minute. You know, just teasing each other out. But Kilkenny anyway, Aoife Prendergast, they're going through the motions. It's a long range effort. She's just right down below me here, directly in line. She's just over the halfway line, about 10 metres in from the sideline. Going to have a strike off at this. It's going to drop, I think, on the edge of the square. Oh, dropped there by the full back. Was it Emma O'Byrne? But she got it, and then she was blocked down. And it's Karen Miriam Walsh in there now, trying to snaffle away at this. And Caoimhe Murtagh, give her a full title. As he said, a young player coming in, an immensely talented player. And of course, comes out with good stock. I definitely thought that was a Kilkenny ball, I have to say. Looked like it was knocked back by a Dublin player, but the umpire has waved it wide. And Miriam Walsh not overly happy with that, but anyway, we continue to play, and it goes down as a wide against Kilkenny.
Oh, unlucky.
All trying to be played forward here with 17 minutes gone. Just a bit of a impetus gone out of the game, I feel, as Kilkenny just easier getting on the ball here. Won again by Aoife Prendergast in and around the middle there. The running, I have to say, by some of the Kilkenny players off the ball is something to behold. And Dublin struggling out just to stick with them here. Kilkenny just really on the top of the ground here, moving forward with this ball here now with Laura Green. Lost though, and you'd have to credit Dublin in winning that ball back. But they are, I have to say, taking on a bit of water here now, Dublin at the minute. Kilkenny just moving them around the field every which way and down through the channels, diagonal ball and everything. Chance here now for Miriam Walsh being touched with a shoulder there by Emma O'Byrne. Miriam's on the ground. O'Byrne is still going with the ball. Miriam not giving up the ghost though, and eventually it's going to be cleared here by the Dublin defence. Out to the middle goes. Lovely take, having to hold off the player and take it as well. Miriam Bambrick driving that ball in. Lovely catch, and here we go. This is a lady that'll be talking a lot about in Kilkenny. Cueva Kerr Murta. We bigged her up, unfortunately, pulled to the left and wide, but she is a young player, as he said, we're going to be keeping an eye on in this year's championship.
A girl I know very well, Killian. Normally when she turns, you're in trouble. But that time, she struck it wide.
Yeah, she probably could have even afforded Brian, I think, to take a few steps forward, but 6 points to 1-1, 18 minutes gone. It's the Leinster Senior Camogie Championship final, and it was round about now that the intermediate final started to ignite, and it went in at 7-6 half time. It finished up 16-15 as Miriam Walsh doesn't need a second ask of that. Took one look, knew her position, spacking over the bar, and Miriam Walsh back in a good vein of form.
Yeah, a ball in Miriam Walsh's hand is not a good thing from a Dublin point of view.
She was able to hold off the defender there and then turn and look as this ball is knocked down into the corner. Looking for Aisling O'Neill. Got that goal. A defensive mix-up by the Kilkenny defence. She's nearly causing problems in there again, and she maybe needs to get a bit more ball as an opportunity to come out there. Aisling Marr is probably another player for Dublin that we probably need to see a little bit more of, Brian.
Yeah, she was having a right tussle there off the ball with Niamh Deely. I've been watching for quite a while now, but obviously from a Dublin point of view, it's somebody you want to get on the ball.
Justin Heffernan having a word with Aisling not overly happy, trying to explain herself, and Justin trying to explain where he's coming from, and I think he's just noting her name anyway. No cards just yet, but I think from a Dublin point of view they're probably going to have to get Aisling Marr more in this game here, and Kilkenny doing a good job of keeping her over it at the minute. Long ball sent down there then by Aoife Norris, but Dublin have turned it over. And on the way forward as they are at the minute, Aisling O'Neill trying to get on it, but it's well read. Miriam Bambrick having a good game for Kilkenny so far, reading an awful lot of ball back there. Knocked forward. It was Dublin that have turned it over and trying to get it forward there. Claire Gannon, the St Jude's player, down into the corner. Grace Walsh racing all the way over there, helped out by Deely, popped away from her, but she gets it at the second time. Out to the middle it goes, but it's another ball that's been given away by the Kilkenny defence, and Dublin that are going to capitalise. They haven't though. It's pulled to the right and wide, and that's a bad miss, you have to say, because I think if you're going to get gifts like that, you have to be taking them.
Yes, I mean, something similar to the goal there, really. Mistake at the back from Kilkenny, but Dublin failed to capitalise on it. Aoife McKerney driving it wide.
Yeah, Aoife McKerney driving it wide as Kilkenny come on the attack here, and it's a free, you would imagine, going to be given to Laura Green.
Yeah, straight from the puck out now. It's a free up the other end.
Yeah, and Dublin, as I said, Brian, I really thought that they'd come in here with a little bit more drive in them.
I personally like to see them go woman on woman, man on man, rather than sitting back playing the sweeper. I'd rather they have a go on a personal level now myself.
They're probably worried what might happen, but like at the minute it can't get any worse, I don't think.
No, I mean, I don't see what they have to lose. I mean, they're in a good vein of form. You know, they need to test themselves.
And as you said,
push up and have a go.
I
wouldn't wait till maybe they go.
Yes.
If this goes over, they're actually going to be 4 points behind.
Yeah, haven't been 2 points up.
And then change it.
Yeah. 21 minutes gone then, and Aoife Prendergast with her second free of the game. Miriam Walsh has got 2, Sarah Barco, Aoife Doyle, Miriam Bambrick and Laura Green, they're all in with points there at 8 in total. The goal and the point for Dublin all come in the first 7 minutes. Aisling Marr with a lovely point from play, and the goal from Aisling O'Neill after a defensive mix-up by Kilkenny. Dublin have had a couple of opportunities but haven't taken them since, and it's around here where it all starts to fall apart for them, unfortunately, as the ball breaks over on the far side, and it's going to be a Dublin ball and maybe a chance out to set something up. But again, Brian, I'm just looking around, just don't like the Dublin, it looks a little bit leggy, I have to say, at the minute. as the ball does pop up though for Aoife McCartney. Opportunity maybe coming from the middle with number 9 there, Gabby Couch, but that's gone out to the right and wide. Another chance gone a begging, and all those eat into the confidence a little bit.
Yeah. And Aisling Maher now gone full forward.
So trying to trouble Grace Walsh. Maybe they found an issue there, but Aoife Doyle got a fine score in the opening score of the game. Getting the ball inside now. Here's Cara Murta looking to hold off the attack and get inside. 1-on-1. Good
tackle.
block. Great tackle and a good block as well. And the Dublin defence. And I think, is
Claire
it
Gannon?
Gannon, yeah, it's hurt there. Claire Gannon. No, she's okay. She might be able to run it off, but she definitely got a slap at that sliotar. Looked like an overplay of the ball there, and eventually it's blown against Miriam Bambrick, who I have to say is playing quite well, and she's remonstrating here.
Down now. That was an absolutely brilliant interception by Claire Gannon. That's what you call putting your body on the line, because and she's paying a little price for it now. She's down.
Yeah, no question.
But absolutely brilliant defending from Claire Gannon.
Claire, of course, the Gannon's sisters involved, and the Couch sisters and everything. And we know, of course, that
it's strange Killian Dublin sound more like a county team, like a country team, because the sisters, the Gannons, the Couches. It's normally the makeup of a local team down the country.
Yeah. Jodie, of course, not involved with having suffered her ACL injury, but she is part of the backroom team where that ball drops on the edge of the square, and Marva's trying to get in and get a touch on it, but it's Michelle Teen that comes out with it, gives it off to Grace Walsh. Walsh heading down the far side now, of course. Grace and Miriam back in the setup. And eventually here's a shout there from Dealey, knocking it into the middle it goes, but it's read there by Gabby Couch. But she's robbed of that ball and have left behind there by Laura Green, I think it was.
Sarah Barker.
Was it Barco? Apologies, it's all the red helmets there now.
Red helmets, yeah. 9 and 12.
Coming close together there.
Yeah.
And I will credit Intosport in their making of the Kilkenny jersey. I remember making a shout on it last year when they were changing the jersey, that please would you do something about the numbers, and credit to them, they have made a jersey that you can clearly see the Kilkenny numbers on it. I still question Dublin having white numbers on sky blue though. That's very hard on a commentator's eye, especially at the height that we're at here in Glenisk O'Connor Park, but we'll get on with it as best we can. And Dublin nearly made a meal of it, but they've worked it out, and eventually cleared there by Gabby Couch, and it's down into the corner looking for Mar now. Bit of attention coming in there from the Kilkenny defence. Mar trying to battle away. Good strong player. Oh, lovely ball into O'Neill's hand. Oh, she had taken that first time I think she was in, Brian.
Yes. Aisling O'Neill again.
Turned it around. Aoife McCartney.
I think she got that in her hand, Killian. She could have been rattling the onion sack.
Yeah, I think she would have been, because it was coming at pace, and a lovely bit of play there by Katie Power. Did that well, shielding the ball with her body, popping it away there from Kerry Finnegan. Into the middle it goes, looking it was a bit of a hospital ball in the end. Aoife Doyle just couldn't get near it, and Dublin have turned it over. 8 points to 1-1. Dublin need a bit of an impetus before half time, or there's going to be strong words, you'd imagine, as Aoife McCartney, there probably will be anyway. McCartney, too much on that though, as she tried to set it up for Aisling O'Neill, and it's gone out over the line, and Dublin's chance gone a big one again. 8 points to 1-1. 25 minutes gone. It's the Leinster Championship finals, and it is the senior decider between Dublin and Kilkenny. It's a long time since Dublin got their name on the Leinster senior crown. They though are the ones at the top of the roll of honour, well ahead of Kilkenny, but they haven't won one since, I think Brian said, 1987. As Miriam Walsh gets on this ball, she's been hassled and harried, she's won the free in, and Aoife Prendergast has a chance to make it a 5-point game here. And I still think Brian, Dublin needs something in the next couple of minutes to give them a little bit of a pick-me-up before half-time here.
Yeah, I think they need to change things. Killian, you know, bar the goal, which was a mistake, Kilkenny have been on top, and they're finding it very, very hard to get in. Though the couple of times they've been up, they scored, and I say if Aisling O'Neill had held on to that, I think we would have had another goal for Dublin. But overall, I think they need to do something.
Aoife Prendergast then standing over this. She's had 3 shots a goal. She's had 1 wide and 2 points, and opportunity now with this one. 30 metres out or thereabouts, tight enough angle. The umpires look like they're going. The crowd are shake their hands over the far side. He's going to wave the flag, and that's a point. Aoife Prendergast with 26 minutes on the clock. You're watching the coverage here on the Leinster Camogie YouTube. Thanks to David O'Shea of Entray on camera duty here this afternoon. knocking along here towards the goal score again, but it's taken away, and it's Katie Power trying to come on to there, hits the deck, popped the pass, even as she fell. The referee said it was a throw, and I think Katie's trying to say it to Justin there, I should have had a free, and she might have been right.
With the new rules coming in, the Camogie Association, where you have to clearly do the hand pass clear, there has to be separation. I think that's the first one being called today, Killian.
So Justin Heffernan calling that.
We didn't. I don't think we got one in the intermediate
No,
game.
I don't think
anybody was called for one. So chance for Aisling Maher now.
Chance for Aisling Maher, and Dublin need this. I think no pressure now on top of Aisling, but well able in pressured situations anyway to put the ball over the bar. She's about 49-50 metres out, and comes up and connects with this, heading towards that right hand upright. It's wide.
No,
these
got
are
off
things.
Our back foot leaning backwards, was always heading wide of the right hand post.
Dublin coming in here, as I said, in a good vein of form, having won the Division 1B league title, defeated Wexford, and we all know what Waterford did last year, having won the same. But Dublin here, maybe not showing their hand ahead of the All-Ireland series, I don't know, but they seem very well stuck to the ground here a little bit. Kilkenny definitely a little bit lighter on top of it, and they lead by 9 points to 1-1. And as Brian said, if it hadn't been for the fortuitous enough goal, Dublin would be well behind Kilkenny here at the minute. Katie Power trying to get forward there, and she definitely was slapped illegally there, and it's going to be a free in. Elise Jemison Murphy there, as looks like Aoife Prendergast coming along for this.
No way out, but in her range.
Well, in her range, yeah, she's a good dead ball specialist, there's no question about that, and she stands in this right in line with my position here in the gantry, in the, I have to say, it's one of the best grounds in the country, Glenisk O'Connor Park. The view you have, and the facility, and it's all credit to the Tullamore Club and Offaly GA, as that ball was put in by Aoife Prendergast to the left and wide. She had the distance.
Yeah, an off day so far on the freeze for Aoife. Normally really, really so good.
9 points to 1-1. She has 3 though, in fairness, and we're coming up on half time. A game, as I said, that really has struggled to come to life. Ball goes forward, falls out of hand of Grace O'Shea there, and it's picked up. It's going to be Tiffany Fitzgerald that slaloms well out of that attention and gets the ball forward. Bambrick releases the ball firstly. Miriam Walsh now trying to track down the attentions there of fullback Emma O'Byrne. O'Byrne though wins this battle, plays it out to the middle, where it's going to be taken on there by Gannon, Niamh Gannon. Out then to the wing it goes with her sister Claire, trying to play it up along the wing, but it's good pressure there, and the chaps clear, quite happy with the attention there that number 12 Sarah Barco was given Gannon there and trying to clear that ball. Sideline cut though, taken quickly by Dublin, trying to get it toward Aisling Maher, and it's taken away from her though by Michelle Tehan, the James Stevens player, over that ball. There's a couple of Dublin jerseys in there, but there's 4 Kilkenny ones, and eventually it's come out with a Kilkenny player. You'd always imagined that was going to happen. Grace Walsh in that sweeper role, dropping the ball forward, looking to shepherd it on forward again with Sarah Barco, but it fell backwards, and there's Dublin players in over the top of that ball, and they've won it back. I think it's through Anya Rafter there. Eventually looking to step inside here now and make the ball move over on this side of the field. Our Dublin now coming chasing and doing that very, very well. Hassel and Harry driven back across the field though by centre forward Sinead Nolan, and that wasn't the ball at all. She probably should have played it down the left hand side here, but it has been turned over by Dublin, and the 6 and 9 linking up, of course, I should say the 8 and 9 linking up there in Gannon and Couch, as that ball over to the far side, driven out over the line. 2 minutes of additional time to be played, and Brian, I just feel it's very lacklustre here, struggling to get going again. Dublin needs something, and I imagine Jerry McQuaid and Bill McCormick will be having words at half time in trying to utilise something out of this game, where you'd wonder what they're going to learn from it ahead of the All-Ireland series. For Kilkenny at the minute have utilised it very well, off the shoulder running, popping the pass, taking their scores, and it's Aoife Doyle jinking and jiving, winning that ball well, and knocks it up along the wing here, looking for a little bit of movement here out of Laura Green. Laura going down on that ball, but also going down, but it was Elise Jemison Murphy, and Elise was shepherded very well, and there's no question about it. Justin is dead right there. Laura went in hard, especially when she was going down on the ball, and it's going to be a free to be taken by Aoife McKerney. The Lucan Sarsfields player stands over this and is thinking about the long range I was thinking if I'm a Dublin player, I'm going to get in case this ball comes back off the upright or something. Driving it in long. That's some effort. Hopped on the end line and out to the left and wide. And you would wonder, should these be opportunities utilised a bit better, Brian?
Yeah, I think, it fell short of the post. She's better off letting it in. I don't really think it was on from that distance out. She has a great strike, Aoife, but I just don't think.
So ball breaks in the middle, trying to get on it there. Gabby Couch, ball breaks, and it's Jemison Murphy, and that surely foul there, but referees allowing the play to continue. But at least Jemison Murphy definitely had a head-high challenge on her there, and that will be the second one in a row. Ball breaks over on the far side. Grace Walsh step out around the player there, and the goal scorer, Aisling O'Neill. And Katie Power getting on this ball, flicks it up lovely though to
Deely.
Kilkenny player coming straight out, Deely. Niamh Deely, of course, at centre back. Ball breaks, and it's going to be corner back Abby Ryan that gives it back. Tashi Marr, who's now down that end of the field to finish out the first half here. Haven't had a score in a few minutes, and Justin Heffernan has seen enough, and it's come to a bit of an anticlimactic end here at half time. Hasn't really given us something to write home about here, Brian, when you consider how the intermediate final went towards the end of the first half. Let's not compare like with like though. Kilkenny have been very, very effective, utilised the space well, diagonal ball off the shoulder running. They're going to be very happy, but you'd have to say Jeremy McQuaid and Bill McCormack going to have to get things sorted out from a Dublin point of view.
Yeah, the thing I'm trying to work out in my head is this the way Dublin are going to play in the championship? And even though there's a cup on the line here today, are they just going to stick to the system? It'll be very interesting in the second half. Or are they going to change it up and try win the Leinster title? Because they have to do something. They have to change, in my opinion, if they want to win this game. Otherwise, or is everything about next week and the week after?
That could be it, I suppose, but still you would think there might be a little bit more driving. 9 points to 1-1, they're not out of it. They haven't been put away here yet by Kilkenny, but Kilkenny seem to be just at ease, able to pick holes in the Dublin defence at the minute.
Yeah, and look, in any game of camogie, in any team, 2 scores in 30 minutes. If I'm in the Dublin side of things, that's what would be concerning me. How can we get more productivity? How can we get more on the scoreboard?
Well, that's definitely something that's not accruing in a part, as you said, from the mistake that led to the goal. Dublin will be well off the money here, but as I said, they're not out of the hunt for this, but they definitely need something to pick me up, and I'd imagine the management team, we're just looking at them here, I don't know if Dave can pick them up on camera here. They're having a right chinwag down here, the Dublin management, just having a wonder about what might be the words to go in at half time. They've left the players in to have a chat, I'd imagine amongst themselves. They could be the ones that come up with the ingredients as well for the second half, but I'm looking at Jerry McQuaid and Bill McCormack there. I think Megs Darcy is in there as well, of course, she the goalkeeper coach, and they're having a right chance, Mickey McCullough there too, so they're the 4 that are having the chat and to see what's going to come up with the second half. But Chap's clear, I'd imagine he's also having the chat down here with his management team, if you want to pan to the left. Also, I'm sure there's things they probably need to work on, but he has to be happy with their support play, Brian.
Oh, it has. I mean, they're running off the shoulder, and their use of the ball has been excellent. Could have been in for a couple of goals as well. Brilliant tackle from Claire Gannon. Absolutely put her body on the line to prevent Caoimhe Murtaker opening her account in the Leinster final. The brains trust of both teams are in operation here anyway, and we'll see what happens in the second half. Yeah, well, Wexford and Laois made changes at half time, and it led to a very entertaining second half here in the intermediate final that went the way eventually of Wexford by 16 points to 15. But at the moment it looks like Kilkenny, without really getting out of second gear, could be on the way to another Leinster title here unless Dublin arrest something about this. So here at half time in Glenisk O'Connor Park in Tullamore, it is Kilkenny in the driving seat with, you would say, one hand and a good grip on that trophy at the minute. The lead here at 9 points to Dublin's 1-1. Rejoin us shortly.
Right, you rejoin us here in Glenis O'Connor Park. Just letting you know that just the change. Aisling Gannon is in for Sinead Nolan. That's the only change on both teams. Kilkenny were a long time on the field. Dublin just out, and they come with a bit of purpose here now. Niamh Gannon driving forward, looking for a little bit of a pick-me-up at the start of this second half, taking it to Tiffany Fitzgerald, threw her body on the line there to stop Fitzgerald getting that ball away, but it is Kilkenny to come out with a running again. Laura Green looking to move this ball. The O'Loughlin Gales players surrounded by players, and the bench urging on the Dublin players now to go after this Kilkenny defence, and they're doing that quite well so far. The goal scorer, Aisling O'Neill, got a fine goal after that defensive mix-up by Kilkenny, getting the ball into the middle now. Dublin need to have a shot off here. They haven't scored since the 7th minute. Lovely interplay, and it's going to be a shot from Aisling Gannon, but she's pulled it to the left and wide, and after all that impetus, Brian, 39 seconds of it, they needed that score.
They did, but a good start to the second half from Dublin. Far more positive. Great play, Aisling O'Neill. Great pop off on your after, and unfortunately Aisling couldn't put it over, but much better.
So chance gone a big in there. Aisling Gannon, as he said, is the player that's in Sinead Nolan replace at half time here. So going to be interested to see what Dublin are going to bring.
Yeah, free for Dublin now. Good positive start to the second half from Dublin.
Yeah, so Aisling Maher back there, of course. Aisling, highly regarded, of course, across the country for her ability with St. Vincent's and also with Dublin. Captain, of course, that Dublin team to the Division 1B title, knocking this ball into the direction of the goal scorer in Aisling O'Neill. Grace O'Shea, player of the match in that league performance final win against Wexford. But it is Grace Walsh now on the ball after getting the pass there from Michelle Tehan. Ball out here in the direction of Sarah Barco, the Thomastown player, into the middle now, looking for a run out of Katie Power. Power left to go and give it to Prendergast. Prendergast, the captain of this setup, giving it to charging on there, Laura Murphy. Murphy made it through two Dublin players, has an advantage. Top of the D, shortens the grip, dropping this ball in, batted away. Keeper is gone, careful. She's ran into her own player there. Justin Heffernan is taking the hand down, so advantage is over, and eventually Aisling Maher is back there now, helping out the defence and dropping that ball long down here, but it's touched off the hand of Miriam Bambrick there. Really stood out in that first half performance from Kilkenny. A bit more impetus in the opening stages here than there was in the whole of the first half. Ball is on the ground. Dublin trying to get something to give them a kickstart of life here a little bit. They're on the defib at the minute. I mean, they're looking for a little bit of signs of life, and ball is headed into the corner now. Looking to flick away there. Grace O'Shea from Ballantyre St. John's Club, of course, showing a little bit of guile and drive here, being helped out now by Aisling O'Neill. Kilkenny defence there trying to get back there and win that ball, but it's lovely play by Dublin's Aisling Gannon. Has brought more to the game in the opening stages here, as trying to drive on to it there was Elise Jemison Murphy. She just left her behind her. There's two occasions Dublin could have got in, and you'd fancy there could have been goal opportunity. Kilkenny come down the far side though, racing away with this ball. Aoife Doyle driving a diagonal ball in. Lovely take by Miriam Walsh. One touch ball. She's driven it high and out to the left and wide, and that would have been a typical stone in the heart, or stake in the heart for Dublin if that had gone over, considering they've practically owned the ball for the opening 3 minutes of this for a second half here. Bit more like it from Dublin.
Yes, absolutely, Killian. Far better start.
Jemison Murphy left it behind her, but she's been helped out there, and eventually it's Maher that's going to have it and drive it left side it down the field it goes. Oh, lovely little flick there by Grace O'Shea, and sets it inside Aisling O'Neill. Grace Walsh up against her, two others coming behind her, and it's a have to say great play by Niamh Deely. Centre back, got the hurl in. You'd have to credit her there, Brian, and flick that ball away.
Absolutely. I thought Aisling O'Neill was in on goal again. Brilliant tracking back from Niamh Deely and tapped it away from her.
Great centre back play. That was
but a much better
pass.
Start to the second half from Dublin. Showing much more intent.
Just got to keep it going. And Aisling Gannon, as we said, replacing Sinead Nolan at half time. The change, you had two changes at the start. On your after in for Aisling Gannon, and Elise Jemison Murphy started in place of Emma Flanagan, Tiffany Fitzgerald, Ciara Phelan and Miriam Walsh. Three changes to the programme, but they were the same changes that they had in the Leinster semi-final. Ball breaks in the middle, doesn't come up for Laura Green, and she knocked it away, or Laura Murphy, and she knocked it away from Laura Green, and Dublin have come forward with it. Looked like a challenge there and a foul on Gannon, but the ball has eventually he's calling it back. I think, is it going to be a free to Kilkenny? Is it?
Free to Kilkenny.
It is.
I don't understand that one, Killian,
no,
to be honest.
definitely don't understand that one, I have to say. I thought the attacking player was definitely held up as she tried to get forward there, but he obviously judged that Aisling Gannon had done something to the ball, and he's called a free out, and a harsh call, I have to say, as Kilkenny delivered over this side of the field. Little nudge in the back there as Emma Byrne went up for that ball from Miriam Walsh, and without her hurl, Claire Gannon kicks it backwards there to Aisling Marr, getting away from Miriam Walsh, lose it all. Walsh is not giving up on the chase, and eventually Marr kicked it away loosely. Going in on that ball there was Katie Power, was the meat in the sandwich of a Dublin challenge there, and there was no doubt about it, she was fouled, and Dublin again probably could have minded that a little bit better. And now here, after all the drive since the start of the second half, they're handing I have to say a handy enough free here to Kilkenny's Aoife Prendergast.
Yeah, architects of their own downfall there, Dublin. Ball should have been taken clear.
So Aoife Prendergast standing over this, the captain of the team, 10 points that she got in the semi-final, 3 frees already, and it looks like there's going to be a change for Dublin when Aoife Prendergast stands over this. Is it Niamh Comfort is about to come in from Kilmacud Crokes. Waiting to see what number she will be replacing as Aoife Prendergast knocks this ball high and handsome and over the bar, and she gets Kilkenny up and running for the second half, despite the fact that, as you said, Dublin had practically owned the ball at the start of the second half, and it looks like it's 20 for 18. So it's Elise Jamison Murphy is coming off here after 36 minutes, and it is the number 20 that's in Niamh. In fact, it's Aoife McCartney has been changed. They've changed it here, and so it's not Elise that's coming off. It was originally went up on the board here. It's Aoife McCartney has been replaced, and it's Niamh Comfort that is on. So 2 changes for Dublin, and Elise Jamison Murphy, I think, a little bit disappointed that she's off. What else do you see there?
No, Aoife is still there. Aoife McCartney's still there. Elise is gone.
So it definitely is Elise that's gone, because he put up 10, he had 18, then he changed it to 10.
She's still there, Aoife McCartney.
Okay, so
yeah, he did put up 10.
Anyway, 18 went up first, then 10. So it's not Aoife McCartney's off, it is Elise Jamison Murphy. And as I said down below us here, she's a little bit disappointed that I'd imagine she's been taken off. 10 points to 1-1. Dublin haven't scored since the 7th minute. That's the big problem here, and it's 7 minutes of the second half here now. They need a score badly. Kilkenny haven't maybe crowned themselves in glory either in the last maybe 10 minutes of play, but they are trying to find the scores. Dublin needs something to work for them, and making a run over on the far side now, and maybe this ball is heading in her direction, is the young lady that's in, Niamh Comfort, trying to show a bit of pace as she went to win that ball over on the far side, but combination there of Teen and Walsh, maybe they're disrupting the ball over there, a bit of numbers standing over, the goal scorer Aisling O'Neill trying to get that ball, but Kilkenny in tight quarters have worked that ball out and they deliver it long into the middle. Katie Power going up to try and win it, but it's knocked away from her, and there's again another meat in the sandwich, but this time I think it might have been Katie that delivered the knock on Gabby Couch, and I think it's going to be a free for Dublin. And here's the chance now, Aisling Marr, Justin Heffernan having a word with Katie Power. I didn't see a whole lot now to deserve the chat in that, but there you go. And I think she's going to find herself a yellow card. I think that's harsh.
The card is harsh. I think definitely a foul.
Yes, I think
she must have said something to him, I imagine.
Yeah, maybe
she
there was
didn't
some
agree
follow-up
with the decision, but
anyway, we're not here to criticise officials, don't get me wrong. I just thought from our vantage point that looked a bit harsh to be a card. And this, obviously, we weren't able to hear what Katie might have said to Justin Heffernan. Aisling Marr, a chance to take that chance off the board, dropping it in. It had to be clawed away by Norris. Ball is out now. Aisling O'Neill trying to get there. Again, the touch there by the Kilkenny defenders. Ball is knocked back. And the Kilkenny player, or the Dublin player, is down injured. I think that's just...
I thought it was a certain foul, Killian.
Did you?
I have to say, I thought it was a certain foul by Tiffy Fitzgerald. But look, Justin didn't see it that way.
Well, he seems to think that it was just a coming together of players, and she might have been blindsided. Is it Aisling O'Neill, is it? And he's obviously Maher Ferna there, he's not happy with for Dublin. He's pointing towards the line there, but the Dublin player is up and moving. Aisling O'Neill it is.
Yeah. Again, Aisling Marr just didn't connect with the free. You could hear the sound just dropping short.
Aisling now sitting in the kind of a quarterback role here. Look, trying to judge where this ball is going to go, and maybe try and pick up on it from the other one number 6 to the other number 6, is it? But the break works out, and again that's a foul on a Dublin player. I think the hurl being held there in the background, And again, putting her body on the line there. Was it Zoe Couch getting in there on that one? The ball breaks from a Dublin point of view, though, in their favour. A lot of endeavour. But once it gets in about 20 metres out, it's not working out for Dublin, and they need a score on the board just to channel something positive. As the ball gets away from Anya Rafter, though, and Dublin have coughed up another bit of possession in towards Miriam Walsh, using all her guile there to try and take that ball away from Emma O'Byrne, and she did. And here she's back in on the ball, getting it there from Cueva Kerr Murta, hits the deck, push on the back, not in the crew, and eventually Justin Heffernan calls the free there. And I think, again there you'd have to say naivety on Dublin's part, Brian. They got away with the first one and then they went to foul her a second time.
Yeah, just a little bit of indiscipline by Abby. They'd held her up, they did the job, and just could have just keep working her. She turned away from the goal, and now it's going to be a tap over for Aoife Prendergast, you would imagine.
Did he book Abby Ryan there? I think I saw the hand up, the card is out. Do we take that as a yellow card for Abby Ryan?
Didn't see a yellow been flashed.
No, I didn't, but I just, when I saw the book out and the hand was up in a certain way, I thought he had, but maybe he was just showing the direction of the free here. But Aoife Prendergast in the chance to get her 5th point, and this is probably the easier one of the frees that she's had. Make 11 points of 1-1, and again the worry for the lads down here, McQuaid and McCormack, is that Dublin haven't scored, and it was a fortuitous enough score. It was the goal after 7 minutes. That point then coming from Aoife Prendergast, and I have to say it's playing out now just as well. We had an entertaining intermediate game, because this game is playing out like a challenge match, no question about it. Ball breaking in the middle, comes off the helmet there of Laura Green and bounces for Dublin, but they've lost it and they're trying to win it back here now with Claire Gannon. Definitely fouled there, she went across that ball, I thought, but play continues. Gannon given a knock on it. Linesman is John Dermody on this side, gives the ball to Dublin, and Claire Gannon is about to have a go at it there, knocking it forward towards her sister Aisling. Ball breaks and try to get in. Aisling kick it on, and have to say, since she's come on at half time, she's been one of the driving forces here. Is Aisling O'Neill at Castleknock, the goal scorer, and a lovely goal it was. Tries to win the ball back, a lovely ball, chance out for Gannon, but it's gone out to the left and wide. We're right behind it. Good bit of play. Aisling is bringing a little bit to this game, there's no question about it, but Dublin just not worrying the scoreboard here at the minute.
Emma Flanagan.
So Anya Rafter has been called ashore, and Emma Flanagan is in.
Number 22, Sinead O'Keefe replaces number 11, Katie Power.
So Kilkenny made a change and Dublin made a change there. So Katie Power is off, is it?
Yeah, Katie Power's off, Sinead O'Keefe is on.
Sinead O'Keefe wearing number 22 is
another girl
on.
Has been out a long time, injured. Just coming back.
Sinead O'Keefe, of course, of Thomastown. So they're the two changes. And Emma Flanagan, who didn't start, is now in, and she's in place of Anya Rafter, who would replace Aisling Gannon. Aisling Gannon is on the field of play as well.
Catch, Aisling Gannon.
And that lovely take by Dublin now. Here's an opportunity, maybe if the ball has moved that little bit quicker. Shot coming in, and is this Dublin's first point since the 7th minute? It is, and it's a lovely score by their full forward Emma Flanagan. She's literally on 30 seconds and she puts the ball over the bar.
Yeah, brilliant catch from Aisling Gannon. Ball into her hand. 2 subs for Dublin combining. And a great score from Emma Flanagan over her shoulder. And
badly needed from a Dublin point of view. Their first score, as he said, since the 7th minute, when that goal from Aisling O'Neill, and it just narrows the gap a little bit. And I'd imagine, you know, if you're a Dublin fan, you're a little bit happier with the second half performance. Kilkenny haven't been anything to write home about. They've only got 2 points in this second half. Dublin got their first one though, so it hasn't been, as he said, an absolutely entertaining fair here. There's no doubt about it. Ashley Maher stands in this now. She's well inside her own half, about 58 metres out from her own goal. Connects with this and driving it long. It's going to drop on the 13 metre line or thereabouts, and the ball breaks, so it's worked out for Bambrick. It hits the deck though, and it's Dublin there to win it. It looked like O'Neill had it in her hand, and then it fell away from Flanagan as well, and it's Kilkenny eventually that duck and dived their way out there, and going to be a ball that I think it was it Aoife Doyle that was getting in there and winning that ball. Eventually it goes down along the wing tight enough, and it's going to be a Dublin ball that Kerry Finnegan worked incredibly hard there to be able to get that. Miriam Walsh coming out to hold off maybe Ashley Maher, who was sitting in a bit of a pocket, maybe that the ball would be tapped back to her. and then she could launch it long. So Miriam gets out in front of her to just block off that opportunity. Blood sub for Dublin is being called down here, so they're frantic to get somebody out onto the field of play.
Kerry Finnegan.
And looks like there's blood on the knee. So referee is just going to wait until that blood sub is sorted out. Number 22 is coming in there. Sinead Murphy from Coola in for Kerry Finnegan. Ball played. Ball is into the middle then. Grace Walsh gets a touchdown, trying to get in there. Aisling Gannon, who I have to say has helped Dublin's cause at the start of the second half here. And throw ball there, and another opportunity for Dublin, and 2 in a row. And you never know, Brian, 15 minutes to go, you start getting into a bit of a train of form, and all of a sudden you might cause a few problems here.
Yeah, well, definitely. They've been far more positive at the start of the second half, and I think if this goes over, there'll be level scores for the second half,
yeah.
2 points each. Very interesting substitution that for Kilkenny. Sinead O'Keefe, I've never seen play at centre forward. Normally plays in the back, coming in for Katie Power. Be interesting to see how that works out.
That ball goes up and over the bar, and a free that time was taken by Grace O'Shea, was it? Number 15, yeah. She's standing out now in the centre forward position.
I actually think it was Murphy.
Was it?
I think it was Murphy.
Murphy was, it was, yeah. Apologies.
The blood sub.
That took it. Number 20.
Yeah.
As Miriam Walsh tries to get in there and win that, and it's Ashley Marr that's back to win it. And, well, coming on is the blood sub there. Earlier on. Was the number 22?
No, it's actually
Sinead Murphy. It was number 20. In fact, Niamh Comfort got that point, wasn't it? Yeah. So
that's 32.
Yeah, Julianne Malone is for Kilkenny there, getting ready. Katie Nolan's getting ready there as well. So, a few changes coming on. The setup, and it's trying to keep that ball in play there, Niamh Comfort. But it's Miriam Bambrick that's back. Helping out at the minute. And Dublin just starting to maybe a little bit of belief, Brian.
Yeah, a little belief, and actually it's Julianne Malone who came on that time, not Sinead O'Keefe, who came on for Katie Power. It's actually 32 and not 22.
I think we definitely saw 22 and her 22.
Yeah,
but
no, it's actually Julianne, yeah.
So. Ball in then by Aoife McCartney, dropping in around the house now. If a break came off this, anything could happen, and it looks like Aoife Doyle is in there. There's a winning that ball left behind though. There's a Tiffany Fitzgerald in there as well. Ball breaking. Just hard in the scrum now. Just to see and trying to sit off the pocket there is the number 20 Niamh Comfort. But eventually it is centre forward or centre back Niamh Deely that gets that ball out. But Dublin have turned it over. Another opportunity maybe. This could be 3 in a row. Grace O'Shea in a tight enough area. Puts the ball over the bar. All of a sudden Dublin just creeping back into it here.
Yeah, good score from Grace O'Shea. Good turn on to her left and over the bar, and they've inched it within 4 points now.
Yeah, so Katie Nolan now coming into the team. So Katie Nolan is in. So number 22 is off for Dublin there in Sinead Murphy. She's off, and back in is Kerry Finnegan. And Katie Nolan is in on the field of play. Not sure who she come on for, but Julianne Malone wearing number 32 is in. She got 1 point against Wexford. She's in here on the action now and giving that ball off there. Aoife Doyle trying to get in on it. Ball breaks though. Dublin have got close, as we said. 11 points to 1-4. Yeah, the score coming from Grace O'Shea. So Dublin have hit more scores in the last 4 minutes than they
first 30
had in a long time. 2 scores from the 7th minute. There was a goal and a point, fair enough, 4 points, but they've got 3 points now, and starting to take the game a little bit here now to Kilkenny. Playing this ball across, and you just wonder where was some of this legs in the first half. Maybe it took a change of tactic. Now there's a bit of a break here for Dublin on. Aisling O'Neill got that goal. Pops the pass. It needed to be about 5 yards ahead. And there was going to be a chance there for Niamh Comfort to get in on a bit of space through the pass behind her. And those can be the differences, Brian.
Yes, absolutely. It looked very promising there for a second for Dublin.
Aisling
Again,
Gannon,
good work from Aisling O'Neill.
Yeah, Aisling Gannon, Aisling O'Neill, and then getting in and winning the ball. Aoife McCartney. Dublin have turned it over. Definitely a knock on the shins there, or the hand. It definitely felt it, and the referee chopped down. And no card in that context.
It could be a one-score game if this goes over.
I think the Kilkenny player was very lucky there not to get a card. I heard that up here, the bang that went across the arm of the Dublin player.
Yeah, Niamh Deely on Aoife McCartney. A chance for Aisling Maher now to bring it back to a one-score game. 10 minutes to go.
Aisling has it in the locker, but this will be the time to deliver now. And you consider how long Dublin were on a goal and a point, and now all of a sudden, as you say, get to within one score with 9 minutes remaining. Maybe this game is going to open up, but it all depends, I think, on this one. Aisling Maher in line with the left hand upright, central enough now, 65 metres out, gets a good spot behind that, and it's over the bar. Well done, Aisling Maher.
Great score, Aisling Maher. She's definitely struck that one. Like I said, now all of a sudden there's only 3 points in this game.
11 points to 1-5. Maybe Kilkenny have been lured into a false sense of pretences, because Comfort, O'Shea and now Maher have hit the ball on the bounce, and the break over there on that far side, if you count Emma Flanagan of course as well. 4 on the bounce for Dublin, and they're starting to worry Kilkenny here, and they're starting a bit of belief now, because they know with 8 minutes remaining there's only one score in it, and Justin Heffernan is going to have to call for a bit of movement here and throw this ball in. Been all sorts of changes, positioning and players coming in, and we're trying to keep an eye on everything here. With Katie Nolan in worrying now the edge of the square, and Miriam Walsh has been moved out here. It looks like she's operating out around the half forward line, leaving Katie Nolan and Cueva Kerr Murta in on the edge of the square. They'd be two now you'd want to be keeping your eyes on.
Yeah, well, certainly, I mean, to be able to bring on somebody like Katie Nolan, not many teams have a luxury of that.
An injury now to a Kilkenny player, not sure who it is over in
Aoife Doyle.
Aoife Doyle, is it? Every time I see Aoife go down, I see anyone near her leg, you're always concerned. But anyway, it's on the ball now, Julianne Malone wearing 32. 33 is Tiffany Fitzgerald. They went through the full list of the squad, the Kilkenny team here in the Leinster Championship. As the ball is across the field, Maureen Bambrick gets a touch off her, and it falls backwards where Fitzgerald is there to win it, but she's lost it, and the Dublin players are in around it, and here's an opportunity now. Flanagan, who's made a bit of a difference, you wonder why she didn't start, plays the ball inside, ball going to be shot off there. Dublin and Kilkenny threw the bodies in. Was that Fitzgerald putting a block in there on Dublin's number 20, Niamh Comfort? Well, Tiffany Fitzgerald, she went against her own personal safety, I think, there to be able to knock that ball. And then Gabby Couch is going to have a talking to here now for that challenge there, and Julianne Malone. But I don't know what, he's having a word with Katie Nolan as well. He's not happy with something that Katie Nolan did.
It was afterwards, after the free, she went into Gabby Couch.
Now Gabby Couch gets a yellow card, and I have to say it's a similar offence to what happened literally 2 minutes ago on the opposite side, and there was no yellow card shown. Maybe
in discipline has cost Kilkenny a free in.
Yeah.
And now it's a throw ball.
Well, I just would like a little bit of consistency. But anyway, 6 minutes remaining. Ball is with Julianne Malone knocking it down the line, but Dublin jerseys are there, and it's Aisling Maher popping it. It could have. I think the space was out here in the middle. She didn't get a shout though from. Who was it? It looked like was it McKerney that was out there in a bit of a space. And eventually it's going to be picked up, and it looks like Laura Green has dug it out there. The O'Loughlin Gales player trying to get away from the attentions of Zoe Couch. Couch turned her back, but it's a free in. And Aisling Maher's not happy, but there's no question about it. The hurl was in over the shoulder, and he was always going to give the free in that context.
Yeah, Laura Green came out the ruck with the ball and drove through.
But those are the things that change, obviously, the encounter here. We've had 4 points on the bounce, from a Dublin point of view.
It's an important free from a Kilkenny point of view, because it's been a while since they scored, and to be fair, Dublin have been coming and coming.
So Emma Flanagan, Niamh Comfort, Grace O'Shea and Aisling Maher, they're the points from Dublin in the last 5 minutes. They've got 4 on the bounce to get within 1 score. But here's Aoife Prendergast now, who has 5 points from place balls, got 10 in the semi-final, on for her 6th here. And you would feel this would probably put Dublin back out at arm's length a little bit. Aoife Prendergast comes up and she connects with this and puts it up and over the bar, and she's trying to urge on her team here. 25.
Number 21, Eva Kelly, invested number 4.
Zoe.
Okay, so Zoe Couch is off and number 21 is on. Aoife Kenny from Fingallians with 5 minutes or thereabouts remaining. Zoe Couch has been removed from the play. She's given her all, according to the management anyway, and she's taking her place on the bench there as another ruck forms. This will suit Kilkenny, I suppose, in a way, and it'll suit Laura Green because she likes to get in and win an awful lot of dirty ball. But Dublin, in fairness, turned that ball, but it's definite throw. There was no question about it. And that's going to be something, going to see an awful lot of that next weekend. I wonder, Brian, with the rule and everything, as you said, there has to be the clear connection.
Clear strike in action now. And I'm glad. I mean, the rule's always been there, but
it just hasn't been
it's been enforced.
Yeah.
It took Congress to kind of reinforce it, and it's the second one of the game.
Now, this will, I think, probably will confirm the results if this goes over the bar for me for Prendergast, because it's going to take a lot again from Dublin to come on. This will make it 13 points to 8, and they probably would need a goal. Prendergast gets a knock on this. It's tight and she loves it. It's over the bar. She keeps urging on her troops down there.
Yeah, she's one of the best in the game. There's no doubt about it. One of the best in the country at hitting frees, and you just have to be disciplined when you're playing against her.
Yeah. Ball breaks in the middle again. Dublin not giving up the ghost, but I think it might just be gone from them now. When they got within 1 score, they needed the next one, you feel, just to make it a 2-point game, and then you start asking a few questions. But Kilkenny, as they can do, notching on a few scores and have opened up the gap again. 13 points to 1-5, 13 points to 8. Ball into the middle, ball breaks and left behind, but Gabby Couch is there to knock it backwards. Going to get in there and help Aisling Maher. Has a goalkeeper she wants, but elects to shorten the grip and bat it down the line here. But it's well taken there by Miriam Bambrick. Brian, we're going to have to get you to start thinking about a player of the match and where it's going to be. Probably going to come from winning team, but it's going to be hard maybe to ultimately pick out one as Julianne Malone has that shot, but it's going to be taken in by Amy Gorman. It hasn't been a fantastic game. It's not something I think we're going to be writing home about. Definitely, if you were to match the two games and entertainment factor, it's going to be the first game. But here goes Aisling O'Neill, got that goal after 7 minutes, settling to this ball, driving it in. That's a cracking score, probably one of the scores of the game.
Absolutely. Brilliant player, Aisling O'Neill. Again, for me, one of the top inside forwards in the country.
Just needs to get more ball, you would feel, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah,
13 points to 1-6.
Feed the goals. Absolutely. Brilliant catch.
Aoife Norris, long ball now, looking to search out there Aoife Doyle, who was available for her, still full of running, trying to tape it away there from Gabby Couch's Laura Green. Ball does won and snaffled away by Fingallians. Aoife Kenny, who's on the field. Back to Mara goes. Miriam Walsh trying to throw her body in front to block that ball. Dangerous ball in now towards O'Neill. If this went in, O'Neill went to get it there, but it's again well marshalled there by the Kilkenny defence, and eventually Dealey going to finish the clearance and driving it out here towards Laura Murphy. Murphy stepping in to the middle, but she's been held up by a Dublin player. I think she's overstepping the ball, but Justin Heffernan has allowed the play to continue, and she's still driving on here. Laura Murphy driving into the middle now, met by a Dublin player, plays it on now to Julianne Malone. Malone though challenged and she went to strike off. No foul or free or anything given there. Aisling Maher rolls out with that and pops the pass, going for the return, but electing to go along is Gannon. In it goes towards Aisling Gannon. Gannon trying to drive on. 3 Kilkenny players around her, and that's probably part of the problem for Dublin. They haven't had enough support on occasion. Credit Aisling Gannon though, she hasn't given up the goals. Here's an opportunity. Flanagan to the left, opportunity as well if she wants to go herself. Niamh Comfort is there. Gannon still going. Norris comes out, she's able to take it away. I think she just ended up not being in 2 minds, probably in 3 minds, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. Whether to take the point, go for the goal. In the end she hit it straight. at Aoife Norris, and it was an easy enough save.
But they turn it over again. Aisling O'Neill stepping, lovely step. Left side, she dropping this ball in. Gannon is in there. Ball breaks off her. Flanagan's trying to get it. Has to turn left, has to turn right. Surely being fouled. Looks like it was an arm around the waist, but the ball breaks away from Kilkenny now. 13 points to 1-6. We're trying to make something of this game as it's coming to an inevitable conclusion as Dublin tried to come hunting again. 24 is going to come off the Kilkenny team. That is Miriam Walsh. She's going to be replaced by number 25, Asha McCarty of Dixborough. And that's just running down the clock here now. There's no question about that. Miriam Walsh, good and great to see her back getting on the scoreboard today. 2 points in the first half. But her day is done here, putting the body on the line. We're into whatever at the time now. Justin Heffernan is going to give the free taken by the goalkeeper Aoife Norris, knocking it down the line. It's 13 points to 1-6. It is on the scoreboard here. As trying to drive forward there. Coming on, lovely bit of play there by Kilkenny. Their number 25, that's just in Asha McCarty, of course. Ball is lost forward. Katie Nolan trying to get it there. Ball coming, charge on to 4 minutes of additional time to be played. Turning into the tackle there, the Kilkenny player, and the Kilkenny bench incensed. I have to say that's a right call that time. She turned in. There's nothing the Dublin player can do in that regard, and that's going to be a free out about opportunity here from Dublin, and it's going to be long and sent long there by the defence, and lovely flick up though as Kilkenny resumed possession of the ball, trying to step inside Laura Green. Laura helped out there by Tiffany Fitzgerald, who's had a fine game for Kilkenny. Ball breaks though, and Niamh Gannon is trying to get in there and win it, being helped out by Niamh Comfort though didn't get the pass, and Gannon knocked it down the line, and Kilkenny have turned it over, driving it up the far field, and the Dublin defence have missed that ball now. Katie Nolan trying to get in there and win it. Cueva Karen Murta hasn't got on a whole lot of ball in the second half. Probably better marshalled by Dublin in the second half. Dublin getting in the way of each other nearly to try and win that ball back over on the far side. Still time to play. 4 minutes I think of additional time. There's 3 minutes thereabouts left. Dublin, though, you feel need a goal. Ball into the middle. Laura Green trying to get on it. Back to her midfield partner. Ball dropping over to this far side now. Next ball, you imagine, goes over the bar for Kilkenny. That's the home and hose, dropping it in, but it's dropped out to the right and wide there by Asha McCarty. Puck out to come, and I imagine finishing stronger are Dublin, but it's pity it took so long. As he said, 1-1 from the 7th minute, and they didn't score again until the 43rd, and it was all about Emma Flanagan coming on, and a bit of impetus from her, and Aisling Gannon, who came on at half time, probably started to turn things in their favour that little bit. Ball is dropped down in the middle, being urged on now Dublin to try and put players in and around the area to try and get something here. Aisling O'Neill pointing the hand up. She knows where she wants it, but it's not going to make it that far to her, I think. Well, she got a touch on that. Actually, it did make it in the end, as Kilkenny looking to hold on to this ball now and come out with it, and the wide player has it. Niamh Deely jinks left, right, eventually clears down the far side. It's the Leinster Senior Camogie Championship final. Hopefully you've watched it. It's livened up in the last 10 minutes because there's a bit of a more of a game and an impetus in it. Kilkenny looked like they were strolling to another title, but Dublin have taken it to them a little bit in the last 10 minutes. Dublin now have committed players forward, and there's a bit of an overlap. Kilkenny could finish it off here. Not a great pass, but Asha McCarty might still get in there and win it. Puts her body all over it though, and she is fouling the ball away from Gabby Couch. Justin Heffernan allowing the play to continue, and somehow Asha McCarty has got up and won a free in. Niamh Deely, you have to say credit to her. Tiffany Fitzgerald have minded the house back there for Kilkenny on occasion today. I'd imagine your player of the match is going to come. We're not probably directly linked to who's going to win the player of the match here, Brian, but I imagine, with the winners, a lot of the players of the match are going to be on that side.
Yeah, it's a hard decision though, Killian. I don't think there's been
anyone that stepped out.
really stood out now in a Kilkenny shirt for me. On the Dublin side, Aisling O'Neill, obviously, I think maybe 1-1, 1-2.
1-1, yeah.
Yeah, 1-1. Very, very good. But
Aoife Prendergast stands over this. She's hit 7. Is this her 8th? Tight to that post. It's up and over the bar. And that's her 8 point, and that probably is going to be the final score of the game here.
Yeah. 5 points each the second half.
Yeah, it's a bit better from a Dublin point of view, I suppose. I can imagine Kilkenny, Chaps Cleary's not going to be too unhappy, but still probably might be a little bit concerned about how they were curtailed in the second half, and when they got into a bit of a fight they were struggling for a few minutes, but as Kilkenny do, drive their way out. And here to come, burst of speed. Aoife Doyle got the opening score of the game. Is she going to get the last one? No, it's going to drop into Amy Gorman's hands, and Justin Heffernan allows the play to continue. It's with Niamh Gannon then. 14 points to 1-6. The Leinster Senior Camogie Championship final. Lovely take. The Gannons linking up. Ashling looking to get inside. No, trying to play the ball forward there to Emma Flanagan, but it's gone all the way to Aoife Norris, and it's out to the far side. Justin Heffernan allowed the play to continue, but I think that's the full-time whistle. It is done and dusted. Kilkenny are Leinster champions again, and Dublin, fortunately for them, they never got into a situation, Brian, apart from when they got the goal and they led by 1-1 to 2 points, that it was going to get, any way that they were troubling Kilkenny, did it?
No, they got it to win a goal though. They got to win a goal, and much, much better from Dublin in the second half. Absolutely, far more positive. Were, a much bigger threat, and obviously the introduction of Ashling Gannon in particular, alongside Emma Flanagan, get more support to Aisling O'Neill up front, and I think going forward that's a positive for Dublin going into the All-Ireland campaign. With Kilkenny, I was very impressed the first half, really, really well. Second half really relied on Aisling Prendergast, and seemingly a little bit similar to last week where they were up against Wexford. Wexford came back. But look, it's another title for Kilkenny, first for Chap Clear. Well done to him and his management team. But I think Dublin can take a lot out of the second half and a lot of positives going forward, because they really stepped it up from their first half display. Yeah, really did step it up in the first half. We'll probably get a word from Brian just before we finish up. We're going to hear from probably the captain or the player of the match and the manager of the Kilkenny setup in the next couple of minutes, but we've got to race across for the presentation. So full-time score here, 14 points to Kilkenny, 1-6 to Dublin. Stick with us, we will have reaction and the presentation shortly.
Concours in you quick Cléthe Canish, Lion, Shincher, Idir Kilquinnig, Agus Balia O'Clia. Cogordigus and Gaw Erin Don Cléthe Anna Untach on Shaw in you. On behalf of Leinster Council, I want to welcome everyone here to Glenisk O'Connor Park in Tullamore for the Leinster Championship Senior Final between Kilkenny and Dublin. I want to congratulate both teams on an outstanding game of camogie, and I think all of our supporters that's here today should give both teams a huge round of applause. I want to especially welcome our Oakdaron Brian Malloy here to his first Leinster finals today. Delighted to welcome, and also to Trina Murray, who is going to be the new president of the LGFA next year as well, and Trina is very, very welcome. Also to our Oakdarons, to our ear or Shurahor and ear Cahirlagi Coiga line also. My many thanks to John Hackett and all of the staff here in Glenisk O'Connor Park in Tullamore and to Offaly GAA for facilitating our finals here today. We strive as much as we can in Leinster to ensure that we have the best facilities available for our players, and I think everybody will agree that today's venue was exceptional, and even the condition of the pitch, despite all the rain that we have had, is a credit to everybody here in Offaly GAA. So thank you very much to John Hackett, to Michael Duignan and to all of the stewards here in Offaly. To our match referee from the Blackwater Club in Wexford, to Justin Heffernan, thank you so much for a job well done, and to all of his officials, to John Dermody from Westmeath, Shane Foley from Carlow and Kieran Groom as well from Offaly, and of course to his umpires as well. We are indebted to all of our match referees in Leinster. Without them we cannot have our games, and I thank everybody, including management and players, for the respect that you've shown to all of our match officials today. They don't only do it on big days, they go out and they do it every weekend, and we are all indebted to them. So to Justin and all of your team of officials, well done on a job, great job today, and thank you for all of your work throughout the year for all of our referees. A big bowl of boss, please. To my own team behind me, they're all over the place. To Sheila and Anne, who's up there on the gantry. Keir is up there as well. To Johnny, who's down on the pitch, keeping a close eye on proceedings and making sure everything is done as well. To all of the Leinster executive, we may be small at the minute, but we certainly get a lot done, and I am indebted to each and every one of them. So thank you so much to all of the Leinster officials. To Dublin girls, what can I say? It has been a decent year for you so far. To win the 1B league, to be able to get back up into Division 1A next year and partake in the top tier is fantastic for yourselves. You're doing such great work, and I know that ye will be at the top table in the not so distant future. Well done on adding to a brilliant performance today, and I wish ye the very best of luck going forward in the All-Ireland series, because I know that ye will have a big part to play. So well done to all involved with Dublin Camogie. To the Kilkenny girls, it is certainly year day. You're no strangers to this at the moment in time, and like Dublin, I wish ye the very best of luck going forward in the All-Ireland series, which you haven't much time to prepare for, starts next Saturday. So the very best of luck to one and all. As I did in the first game, I would like to call on the Oak Dara, Mr. Brian Malloy, to present the Leinster Senior Championship Player of the Match Award for me. And again, this is not done by me, it's done by everybody else, and he doesn't have far to go either, because the Leinster Player of the Match for 2024 is Kilkenny's number 15, Aoife Prendergast. Throw back in the box. Thanks. Agus Anish is more than áthas cúis ormsa a bhrona an current shop mar Cahirloch an Coiga line don Captain Kilkenny Aoife Prendergast.
Tá náir an current shot a glachar some for in Kilkenny. Woo! It's a great pleasure that I stand up here and collect that cup on behalf of a great bunch of girls. I'd just like to say a few thank yous. Start off with thanks to Offaly GAA for the use of the facility. It's great to get stadiums like this for big days, and just thanks a million. The pitch is in great condition. Thanks a million to Martin and all the Leinster officials and everyone in Leinster Camogie. This is a great competition and it's run very well, so thanks a million to everyone involved and behind the scenes. I I'd just like to thank our management team. You've been great so far. Doesn't stop here though, so you have to stick with us for another while. So just thanks a million, and we'll drive forward. Thanks a million to Justin and all his officials. It was a very well-run game, and just thanks a million. I know it can't be easy out there sometimes, but we all do appreciate it, so thanks very much. I'd just like to thank all the supporters that came out today, just both from Kilkenny and Dublin. I know there's another match on later, but you're the ones that are here supporting us today, so thanks a million, and hopefully we'll get more people following us throughout our All-Ireland series. Thanks a million. Again, to this bunch of girls in front of me, well done girls. I don't know how I got that, but sure, we'll drive on anyway. You put in a huge fight there, show character again, like you always do, and just it's a pleasure to be part of this team and to collect this cup on behalf of you. So thanks a million girls, and we'll drive on. Just finally, big thanks to Dublin. Girls, you're a fantastic team. We have huge respect for you. I know we met in this competition a few times, and Leinster there's a huge battle in Leinster. So to get to a Leinster final, it's a huge achievement. So well done, and best of luck in the All-Ireland series. 3 cheers for Dublin. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip.
Good woman. I just have one last final thank you, and I should have said it. Martina McGilloway is the official Leinster photographer, and she does all of our photographs, and they will all be up later on as well. So Martina, thank you so much for all the work in promoting the sport as well. Thank you all. Safe journey home to each and every one of you. And if I could just ask people not to go onto the pitch, if at all possible, please. There is 2 more matches here tomorrow as well, and you know, it would be nice. Thank you. Oh yeah, yes, yours. Good woman yourselves.
Reaction from Kilkenny manager Chaps Clear. Chaps, probably a game of 2 halves in a way, and there's probably things you were very happy with, probably in both halves, but there's probably things you want to work on as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first and foremost, finals always take on a life of their own, and we're delighted to come away with a victory today. There was times in that game where we were really, really clinical and ruthless, and there was times where we know we could have done a little bit better. So, great day, great to win a final, and loads to work on as well.
To me, and I said it in commentary, you look like you were on the top of the ground in the first half. The movement, it was snappy, sharp, and you look like you were putting Dublin to the sword. That must have been something that said at half time. You were reiterating, let's keep that going.
Yeah, our work rate was really good, and as I said to you, I think it was 9 points to 1-1 at half time. So I suppose we felt that we were going pretty well, but it's very hard to keep that tempo and that intensity for the 60 minutes. And there was a little bit of a lull and a few breaks in the game, and fairness to Dublin got a bit of a foothold. And I suppose, look, we just managed the game out very cleverly as well, and whilst it was 4 or 5 points in it, it was more we were seeing it out than actually took the foot off the gas a little bit. But Dublin were a fantastic team. They were really honest, really genuine, and look, there was nothing in that game with a couple of minutes to go.
Aoife was very self-deprecating, and I probably would nearly agree with her. I think your player of the match came from somewhere in your backs, because I think that's where the game management might have happened. On occasion there when Dublin were maybe looking to get through, especially someone like Aisling O'Neill or whatever, there was bodies being thrown on the line back there.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. There's no egos in this team. It's just a group of girls that really want to do well, and led by the backs with Grace Walsh and Niamh Deely was absolutely amazing today, and Miriam and Tiffy Fitz. Like every single one of the backs, Michelle and Ciara, they just give it absolutely everything. So really, really tight unit, and as I said to you, Dublin in the first half in particular, I think they could have had 2 sweepers at one stage, so they were very, very well set up defensively. So we found it hard to break that down. But look, at the end of the day, finals about winning. We've loads to work on, but we're delighted to win a Leinster final. And we've a relatively new panel and a new management team. And you mightn't believe this, but there's 13 of our panel. It's the first national title they've ever won for Kilkenny. So it's brilliant for them. It's a great experience for them, and it'll be great. It gives a nice bit of momentum into the championship.
Yeah, and I imagine it does, and it helps training now and focus the mind and everything like that. But also great to have some of your old stalwarts, like the likes of Miriam Grace back in there. You're seeing Julianne, you're seeing obviously Tiffany back in the recent weeks as well. They're obviously key if you're going forward in the All-Ireland series.
Yeah, absolutely, and the likes of Kellyanne Doyle and Steffi Fitz as well are just come back from injury. So look, we've built and purposely through the league a very strong panel. It's a very competitive panel, and it makes for great training sessions. But at the end of the day, we're going to the All-Ireland series now. We've had 3 matches in 3 weeks on the bounce, and we've 3 more matches in the next 3 weeks. So it's a heavy block of games. So
we need that panel, obviously.
We're going to need a full panel, and as I said to you, there's girls different nights putting their hands up and putting in big performances, and I'm delighted for the group as a whole today that we're able to get over the line. And it mightn't have been the best performance in the world, but look, we just wanted a result and we got it, and plenty of good parts in the game and lots to work on as well.
We wish you the best of luck, chaps, in the All-Ireland, and congratulations.
Sound, thank you.
Chaps Clear giving us his viewpoint. I'm going to call in Aoife there if I can. She's back talking with our co-commentator Brian Brophy, and Aoife, congratulations to you as captain and also player of the match. In fairness to you, you were very self-deprecating. I hope you don't mind me saying, I think probably your backs probably have to get a nod in this game that they put the bodies on the line on occasion back there.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone worked really, really hard, especially in the back line and midfield as well. The 2 Laois there, they covered every blade of grass. Niamh Deely came out with huge balls there in the back line, and great credit to them.
I was talking to chaps that you were very, very on top of the ground in that first half. It was sweet to watch some of the movements that obviously you've practiced so well, but everything just seemed to be clicking in that first half.
Yeah, it did in the first half, but we need to work on that now to drive it on into our second half performance, because that kind of dropped a little bit, and you can see that teams get back into the game then, and that's an area that we need to work on now. But look, we take some positives and some negatives from that game, and we'll drive into next week.
And drive on now, because you have 3 weeks, as chaps were saying to me as well, on the bounce, Aoife. You can't really afford now to take the eye off the ball, or championship could be gone very quickly, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's great to win a Leinster, but your main eyes are on championship now, and we need to be fully focused. We'll enjoy this for the next few hours, and then focus turns completely to next week. We're out against Limerick, and that's going to be a huge battle again, so we'll really need to bring our performance down to Limerick.
And of course, in that All-Ireland series, you're obviously going to be ones that people will be talking about or whatever, but there's been, a little bit of a change in the guard and everything like that. How is the balancing act going on? Let's say, I know a lot of you have been around the panel, but there has been a lot of change within the setup too. Yeah,
look, there's been huge change, girls coming in, girls coming out, but there's huge competition in our panel at the moment. There's girls there on the sideline that could easily be on the pitch for every single position, so it's great. We've huge strength in our panel, and maybe that's what's different to this year. There's girls stepping up and younger girls just taking a bit of leadership now this year, and that's what we need. We need everyone fighting for positions in the training field, and then coming to a match day we're all the one, and we're all driving it on together.
My last question to you then, how has the All-Ireland win for yourself? You know, I know you were always a confident player, but, you know, I just feel amongst you and the Dicksboro players, you definitely have, I think, gone up a step, let's say. You know that confidence, I think, has come from that, hasn't it, do you think?
Yeah, look, I'd say it's more our training that we done throughout the winter as well, that probably added to it as well. Yeah, we done huge training with Dicksboro, and yeah, look, you build confidence from wins like that, and you know, you build belief in yourself and the players around you as well, and we bring that into the Kilkenny panel. We've huge belief in every single person that we're playing with on this panel, as we did with our Dicksboro team. So I'd say that's what drove us on more than anything else.
Well, Aoife, congratulations, the player of the match, captain of the Kilkenny team and the best look in the All-Ireland series.
Yeah, thanks for everything.
That's Aoife Prendergast there. Well, Brian, we'll get you in for one last word. Seeing as you have the mic in hand, you can throw it onto me there. Kilkenny, they mightn't be in people's top three for an All-Ireland title, would they? But they, you know, they're Kilkenny. If there's silverware at hand, they might be far away, would they?
Well, look, they talk about the top three in Camogie. I still think they are, personally. You know, Cork, Galway and Kilkenny have been known, I suppose, in Camogie circles as the top three for the past few years. Obviously, Tip have won the league. Waterford got to the final last year. They'll have something to say about that. But I think come championship time, yeah, I'd still have them in the top three.
But they have a lot to, you would feel, work on. Chaps is very clear on that, I'd say. You know, there's going to be skin and hair and clashing of ash and breaking of sticks, I would imagine, come training this week, because he just feels there's probably a little bit that they need to work on, from especially that second half performance.
Oh, absolutely. I think it might have been only 5 points in total, and maybe 4 of them frees from player of the game. You know, Prendergast, I mean, definitely. I mean, you wouldn't be happy with that, I suppose, or any manager. So, but the first half, I thought they were very good. On the other side of it, Dublin, lacklustre first half, right from the throw in at the start of the second half, they came out and stepped it up, and I think their management will be very happy with the second half display. So it's like, with all these things, I suppose it's all about championship. There's always something to work on, and I say the second half will be something for Chap to not say beat them with, but he'll know they'll have to step it up. And I see it happening.
Last word in Dublin. Are they somebody that could upset the apple cart somewhere?
Very, very tough group, but obviously the success of winning 1B, they've shown that they can get over the line. That was the big thing for me. Dublin have won something. They've come back today, a good second half to on, and yes, I think they can. Again, you've got Cork, you've got Galway, you've Clare, Wexford. It's not going to be easy. But I don't think it's not going to be easy beat Dublin either. I think they're on an upward trajectory, and the big thing would be, you know, to break into it. I mean, has to be the objective for Dublin. For Kilkenny on the other side, obviously they've got Waterford and Tip, the two we're saying maybe to take over from them at 3. Young team, you've the likes of Murta Kerr, you know, coming in, Barco. You still have the older ones there. I think Miriam Walsh, obviously the games will bring her on. She showed flashes of the player of the year. As I say, it's all to play for, and you know, championship is a different beast. I think we'll see that. We'll
see that, how it works out over the next few weeks. Anyways, we know in a month's time Kilkenny might be there or might not be there, depending on how the next 3 matches go. Brian, you've been excellent. Thanks indeed for joining us on commentary on both matches today. Well done, of course, earlier to Wexford. 16 points of 15 winners in the intermediate in a cracking encounter. Definitely have to say it was better than the senior fair here. Senior fair probably only got exciting with 10 minutes to go, but Kilkenny, well, they didn't seem ever in doubt. They win here by 14 points to 1-6. So one title to Wexford, one title to Kilkenny. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action. The provincial series over now for another year in Leinster. Focus on the All-Ireland next weekend, and don't forget, Entray and the Camogie Association will be bringing you one game a weekend over the next number of weeks across the YouTube channel of the Camogie Association. So keep an eye on social media over the coming week if you're a Camogie follower. Thanks to Brian, thanks to David on camera for Entray. I've been Killian Whelan. We'll talk to you again soon.